Yeah, man, the renegade and the rebel. When I see the rebel just run go around, so him gonna go chase it. We have some man, him gone outside, man, him gone outside. I want to road him on gone and I'm soon come back and gonna chase a couple days. See me back here. Yeah, man, and the renegade and the rebel. Yeah, man.
First of all, how you feel, man?
Yeah, man, come on, man. We are some man. Yeah, come on, fine. Yeah. Yeah, me you can recover quick, you know. You know. Yeah, man, we don't waste time. You know, we can recover quick. So we know, yeah, man, we don't waste time. You know, everything fine, you know. Man in the wilderness, the renegade and the rebel. Yeah, man, the rebel. They have to run by our devil. Yeah. Yeah, man, you soon see the other rest of panel are joining, you know. Special guests and things. So you know the thing already. Yeah, man, we keep it real around here. Yeah? Yeah, and hear this now. People, I'm telling us something. Because we're looking at the most honorable Michael Joshua Manley, you know, legacy where him left. And it's a reason we have to do that. Because today I'm Earth Strong, right? The 10th of December. Yeah? Yeah, man. Sister. Yes, sister.
My brothers.
That's Maria.
I am here. You listen, that's my producer and you are my manager.
There you go.
And you know, so you have somebody else.
Herb. No. You see Herb now? Herb is responsible for the entire security system for everybody.
Right.
Which means not even a fly going to get through. Oh my gosh.
Maria, you said the program last night, man. The program last night.
Bad, man. Bad.
They wouldn't stop call. You have to turn
no joke. You know, so I had it on, you know, and I fell asleep. I woke up this morning and I was like, wait, what happened to my screen? Yeah.
You know, see me have to do alone some last night and the people might cheer me on. You see me
yes, man. Oh, God, that was out of order. It was getting out of control.
That time, Ratty, me tell you, I can't still down, make a try twist. Me now, make a try twist, me a boogie, you know.
Yes, they were out of order, man.
And I have to make it clear to them. Say, listen, we never not go hit round here now. Once you start, I say, listen, if you come and you have an argument you want to discuss with it, even if we disagree, that's fine.
That's fine, exactly.
You come with nonsense, then we not go no tolerance for that. We're going to just move you right away. I say to them, say, no, my brethren, know somebody say, you move from around here.
Move from here. Exactly.
Remove them.
Oh, God. You have to. You have to, man. I'm too out order.
I tell the people in the chat, say, hear me. I say, I have one eye on the chat and I have one eye on the screen. I watch what I go on.
Right.
So I say, I depend on you know. Anytime when something when
no, man, them dangerous, man.
Tell me. Just tell me.
Hey, the chat, man, they don't play. Because you know why? Because we're all of one accord for a better Jamaica. Do not come with the nonsense. Nobody's about politics or PNP or JLP. It's about Jamaican people. You cannot be that dense to not see that Jamaica is on fire. We got to put it out. And it is possible to put it out. So, you know, no, man, no joke. It's foolishness.
Let me say one thing. Look on them, I said murder rate drop, right? I just a day or two ago, 4 dead in a St. Elizabeth. You hear them talk about it, Ratty?
No.
Them buried it, the brother and sister. Yeah, me have one that say about it, rip you off, so we get everything, so we bury them head to tail and you have it, the vice note, me send it to you. Right? Like one of them attack, and them video it, you know. Them that would be 6. Plus the Baba Roots man, them kill him.
Them kill him this man.
Down King Street, there, so them lock up everybody in the place, in the Kentucky and rob them. Phone, everything gone. Rob them in the Kentucky today, you know. Since there. Then them have an earthquake. Everything that's bad happened to Jamaica one time. Almost the devil, man. It come like the people in my classes. I remember them in our account. Remember them that get the body yet to the Ratty. So you tell me, say if them never video that and let it go, them are going to just count them as missing persons. Them not tally it up. So most of them are missing. Are the same fate them face. Some might have face crocodile. You understand? But them nobody count it and say, oh, we have less this and we tally less. And not until we find them. If you not see them and we know see them dead. Them then a matter of fact them still not count them. Because them say them not find them yet, you know. But the man them video it do like Colombian or Ratty and I show it. The man them art, may I tell you. You see it?
Yeah, I see. Then it grew some. I didn't watch the whole thing, you know. And then one of the things I'm gonna do is I ask them, you know, I ask the JCF. Actually, I ask the Minister of National Security about the stats for, you know, death investigations, the autopsy reports, how much dead people are waiting for the autopsy for determine cause of death. I mean, ask them about the missing persons. I know, so the man them come back. I mean, ask them about the annual homicide statistics. And you know, so the statistical department or the statistics department, then write me back and say, we must define what we mean by annual homicide statistics and what we mean by death investigations. Then write me back and say, we must define it because them not understand.
Oh, them not understand what it mean by the annual statistic or the death investigation. Because them want mass up the whole of these things. Them people, them not right now themselves, you know. Harder them get to do this, you know. First time them would understand. No, them can't talk without, you know, and ask you for clarify.
So what me do? The guy who sent it to me, he's not authorized under the ATI Act to respond to me, right? He have to send it back to the lady in the Ministry of National Security, and then she sent it to me. So him send it to me directly, right? So when him send it to me directly now, raise some issues now with a man, one of the man them who have control over the program, and said, me not understand this. So I'm a CC the brother. No, me CC all the people who him CC when him send it to me. We get an email the next day from a man who claims say him is the man in charge of the department and him report directly to our friend who did that seat Bailey. Him report to Deputy Commissioner whatever Fitz Bailey. So I said, what that have to do with me? Them think me our friend. So then him say him want me call him so we can go at things. So I'll call him tomorrow and hear what him have to say. But I know so it's supposed to work.
No, but them supposed to have a department and them calculate and them have that ready.
Them have that.
And then something else come in, you know, it tally every day. So them supposed to have a tally every day. You're not supposed to talk to nobody like your reason, like it's a friend thing for you release something to the public. It not make no sense to me.
No.
You saw the man them control the thing, right?
Let's see it.
It's bad. It's bad, brother.
Let's see it,
so
man.
You know, what's the murder tally right now? Because them give a percentage, you know. It done by 10% or 15%.
Somebody right.
Pure foolishness.
Somebody right today. I think it gone over 1,400 right now.
Over 1,400.
Yeah.
But them still not tell you much.
This is just what them are reporting, you know, because you know, so you can't really trust them, you know. Because with the knives with them make and say, well, right now, boy, crime are gonna go down and them have this and them have that. And you know, up to today we have a conversation about this Ministry of Peace and Human Development. Where they go. You know, and then we had on Betty Blaine yesterday, and Betty Blaine, I said them should I make it Ministry of Family Affairs. You know, everybody have come up with something different, but at the end of the day, the government don't know what they want to do. But hear what them do. You know, last week when them there. Last week him there, you know, them have a dinner, some event at the Waldorf Astoria. No, you know, say Waldorf and I like Motel 6. Waldorf Astoria, a big money thing. And we are going to find out now, so them invite something like 75 black entrepreneurs upon Wall Street, right? And them invite some other rich people and think, come on. I mean, I said, well, hold on there now. Them never invite them people for them come on if you just meet and greet. That's a fundraiser. And then the Consul General for New York, she used to dip on Wall Street, so she knew all them people, yeah. Mm-hmm. And she have her own hedge fund. So she bring in the big guns them now for support them. So last time I tell the people, remind them, say, listen, them up, the big money will come at Jamaica, but remember, say, for them 75 people there, maybe none of them can vote. Maybe all of them are them are not Jamaican citizens and them not registered, them can't vote. But even if them could have vote, remember say 75 vote that that's all. If them give $5 million, it's not 5 million votes. Somebody say you're not telling enough. When them come to and them give you the money, I can't tell them don't take it because we're in a desperate straits. So not take it, but when you take it, just remember what I vote for. Just remember.
Who have veto powers. You make them a bigger, make it sound even better for them. Veto powers them have ratty. So say we remove people. Because each vote is a winning vote, You see when more people them start tell themselves this, them know say, hey, politicians don't run put me. There is nothing in the world where Andrew do right now. You can't even listen to him. Him done mash up the place. Him done it ratty. You understand? When you look and you see them going at SSL, and then the 5 laptop, then you hear a spin round this and a spin here so. And when you look, you see the only guy come out and say, listen, I want to move me as the defendant from my own business. It never make no sense. Then him see a man come and say, listen, no police not talk to me now, nearly 1 year at it. Just around 2.5 weeks time, 1 year that. No, them not interview him or nothing, Not at all, That could happen in the state, ratty.
No, and then you ask yourself the question. Minister Nigel Clark said the FBI is there. I find it hard to believe that the FBI did not interview this man here. I find it hard to believe that them dead. I find it hard to believe that them dead and it's a crime scene. It's a crime scene.
Yes.
And the man them not say, because first of all, the FBI never work inside of a crime scene. Them process the crime scene and then them leave and then them go work at a separate location. So if the FBI did involved, them would have said, all right, we need an off-site where we can work from because that's a crime scene. And we'll process it, we'll take all we need. We don't need to steer right so. And everything I go lock up on a lock and key. Here's something I'm going to bring up the other night. I asked him about the fertilizer. And one of the questions I asked him, I said, what kind of security did you guys provide for the 24,000 bags? Them tell me, so them have 24-hour security around the warehouse where the fertilizer there. No, let me see if I understand this. You have 24-hour security around manure, but you have a multi-billion-dollar fraud crime scene to where you deal with, and you're not security there. As you would have said, it no make no sense.
It no make no sense, not at all, brother. But hear this now. Them come out with something else, ratty. Them have one of them name Archive. One of them have something down there. It never get broke into yet. No, we think about this. The place never get broke into yet. Nobody never go, no madman, nobody no cross it. Right? But all of a sudden, we have one security, you have security guard down there too, Different from the Archive security, But when the alarm go off and them go down there, no when a break, it go off 3 times. No breaking, not at all. 3 times Wednesday. 3 times. It come in the paper too, And the last time them I go down there, the security guard tell them say everything all right. Everything okay. Them not see no breaking, not at all. But to 6, it go off again, And when them I go, somebody disarm it. And then after now, them call them and tell them say they miss a 5 laptop. That means somebody did inside, or do it for say yes, start breaking. And when them go now this time, the back window, the kitchen window open. So them put on 2 little things. If you take up a laptop, you know, rough flop like a search, That don't make no sense. So them create a crime scene where you never like crime scene. If you take a phone, you take the phone. If you take up a laptop, now they stop, where you unplug, a laptop. So it more of a shutdown. Yeah? Even if you have a cable, you just press and move it, ravage the place. But them make it look like it's a crime scene. Them stupid. It's stupid.
Look. It's just weird that, first of all, consider that it's a crime scene, right? And that it has visible security around it. Nobody now go inside and go trouble that. Nobody now from out that street. And then it have to be somebody who's connected to it, who knows them did this and then want to move it. Because a regular thief out the street, now go nowhere near that the place there.
And it never happened before. Never broke into and nothing at all. Never attempted to.
But I tell you what, do you know? I tell you what, you know, there is technology out there, you know. If them want, them can find that, you know.
Of course. Them do. I want no, them I turn it off though. You remember them have the thing where you find my laptop, find my computer. All they need a company, so them I turn on that. It depends on my phone. So if you have my phone now, me just go up and say find that and me see where it there. Me can't see it.
Yeah.
Me can't see it. So you turn them on. And it depends on laptop, depends on the computer, depends on them thing. So I bet if you check it right now.
Let me see me understand this now. Them never have no cameras around the place?
Them supposed to. Because them say them have the must the archive so them so it wired, you know, it's set up, you know. So,
so the camera show.
Them never mention that. Them don't even mention that. Yeah? They might get this or something, man. A place where how much $1 billion investment. No, go that. Let me ask you something now. If you them run out, come talk, you know. Them say them have 200 account. Yeah, 200 account get touched. Right? But they move money from value over 30 million US ratty. And to date, only 23 personal company come up front. Although them are plead to them. So you have 177 personal company. Not turn up and now. So you could have so much money ratty sit down pan. You have $1 million US. I have $2 million US. And them I look for you and you not answer. And I say, I dirty money ratty. I dirty money, man. Why you want to turn up to the police, claim your thing, right. It is there.
Yeah, Selvin here said that. He said about it, the people don't want to cooperate.
So why you don't want to cooperate for you? So you then go with the money, you just sit down for you and laugh. It don't make no sense, people. It's a dirty place where they wash dirty money. It's simple for you to see. You know, see the dirty? Not dirty place. That was not business place, but it a run. Wow, wash it, I wash money. It a wash money. And by the way, can you imagine you have a Prime Minister of Jamaica have money in there too? That him can close him account in horse trading. And nobody question himself in a Google Gaga and nobody question him. Him bigger than the law of Jamaica the way it run now. Him bigger than the law of Jamaica. That is a money laundering spot. And we not take it back. What you say about that, Maria? It's a money laundering spot.
Exactly. And I was just thinking about the crash of the financials. It was really a crash here. It was about 2008. No, before that. It was during President Bush's tenure when he had Enron, Lehman Brothers, yes, AIG, those major companies that failed. And there was a hearing on Capitol Hill about it. So you have a company like SSL that has failed. A prime minister that withdrew his money. A government that had taxpayers' money in this institution. And there's no investigation in the parliament about what happened. And the police investigation is like it is open and closed already. Because I cannot understand for the life of me, why were they allowed to go in and retrieve the computers? Because that wasn't a theft, that was a retrieval. That's what, so whoever, they know exactly what they wanted. Go for these specific computers. No ordinary person on the street would not get up and go in there, break into it and take up 5 computers. That makes no sense. And another thing too, all through the so-called investigation, you heard that the FBI was going to go there, then you hear that another company from England was going to go there, and then you hear the minister come out and say they're paying $15 million a month to keep the staff there to turn the computers on for the investigators. So are you telling me that the investigators do not know how to turn on a computer in a financial institution at a crime scene that they're investigating? That made no sense. And so every step of the way, all you can see are holes and holes and holes. And it's like nobody cares. And nothing is happening to this investigation. And I mean, how are we going to get the answers? Now you have 177 people who are yet to come forward to claim their money. So basically, it's 177 phantom accounts. So who opened these phantom accounts? And you're talking about billions of dollars in lost money from this institution, and an institution that they knew was not living up to the standards that it's supposed of a financial institution. So I don't know what it is going to take for the minister and the prime minister to now come out and say exactly what is happening to SSL going on almost a year.
For a year. And by the way, them don't arrest anyone else. In Ratty, I know them not arrest nobody else, you know. After Nigel Clark run out and say knowledge, no stone and turn. If you turn over every stone, we're supposed to say every cockroach, every lice, every louse, everything. We not see nothing. That's how you know it's a big boy things, you know. That's how you know it's for them things. Because I know them not even one person, not even, because the woman is a scape ant in a Ratty. Go too big. Scape ant. The one where them just escape and man, you know. Just escape good. A big something. She that drop in her bucket. Escape and that man. You understand? And them have the woman have her up and down and lock her up. Them want to kill her too. That's who we talk. That's why them not give her bad injection yet. Cause it can look too bad. But we are watch out for it. We are tell them what them plan to do because them is like that. There. And this too bad. You can't have so much money. There is no way. You have some people have a little 10 grand in them account and them a ball feet at NCB and 12 grand. And then people, you know, 177 of them have over nearly $5 billion. Sit down, where we about them account and other money in there too, you know. But it affected. That means other money in their account too. We don't know how much. Because them say them they get brush. But it's not empty. Then get brush. And them still now go claim the money, Ratty. It's impossible. Eh? You go look now and you find out some shell account people. Let me tell you about shell account. The same one like when it went down in a St. Lucia. Where man use him two son name. Two baby son. Look at son. Never work yet. They know not about job. And when you look him a big house on the hill. Like a place like up a Beverly Hills. While alone value much millions. And now when you talk here, them bad man, and them bad man, and look, poor people if you have big house, when if you have, and you pay, yeah, and bet nice it no works off away. This a arms house, yeah. The whole of them have no Jamaica forget real man. You understand? The whole of them thing have to get investigated and people get charged for these things. And now we don't know how them money they come by, you know. Because I'm not sure about it. It's sure. It show all the money I come by, brother.
No, and you know, we shouldn't be surprised that the body not get arrested. We should not be surprised. Shouldn't be surprised. And look, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And we don't see there's no end in sight. And I tell you what, when all is said and done, mark my words, some of them people who are responsible, them going to walk because they're going to have some legal problems. Because when you trample through a crime scene and contaminate it, you know, them evidence they can't really come back in our court. And when you see computer gone with information, chain of custody gone. So now, even if them find the computer now and it shows something, it show a connection between somebody and somebody, them can't say no. That computer that they did somewhere, it may my thief it and people put it on. Oh, we know that. We not trust them kind of thing. It's gonna be a problem, brother. It's gonna be a problem. For them forget evidence admitted against them. Some people. The best them can do is probably go civil court. Them can go civil court and maybe try and get some money back. But in terms of arresting and
Ratty, you see, this them I want, you know, them why you go civil court, that mean I know like I go lock up thing and thing, you go through civil court and it take care 10 years and then
right.
They go for your thing. It can't work. You have to change government and deal with them people here. And you have to hold the oligarch too. He's not bigger than the law neither. And we are telling you, look, hey, you not bigger than the law, Jamaica. You understand? You're not bigger than the law. You see the one of them up at top where you say, and a police, you know. And one man me recognize in a the commissioner rank, him name I know I Blake him name. Blake is a brown man, not Kevin. You have two of them must have the same kind of surname.
Which one? The one who get a briefing on the tarmac?
No man, not him that.
Okay.
Not
Can we
him.
not play that yet? We need to play that one of them day, you know. We not play that one yet.
And next one, man, him not in the arms though. So one day, Clifford Blake. Somebody does remind me, Clifford Blake. Uncle police that me see up there so right now. Different from me see some other police, you know. But me see like Chairman Juan James, a real police. And then me see some other real police. We know the real police them. Clifford Blake, right? Yes. Him missy. Dead arrest a puppet. You understand? Google Gaga asked the man of police. Bail them and do politics. Yeah? And the rest of them up there, you know. The whole of them up there, so. Them for go home. Them for send home. Them now the policing. Yes. We run yourself have a talk straight, you know. We not go around corner around this and them thing there, you know. And around junction this, you know, where them spend over $1 billion and then them abandon the road, you know. And we don't know another them friend get the contract, you know. We are talk straight. You know, them abandon run a junction too. Where them say them spend $1 billion.
Them say them can't fix the road.
But yes, still people live down the road, still a drive pan, but them can't fix
it. After them
it fine at the first place.
Right. It's after them do them survey and disperse the funds. And then them say, oh, you know what? That road doesn't make no sense to build. And you say, but wait a minute, you never know this before you commit yourself to it. No make no sense. It's just like to them, I said, you know what? What we have to do? And we start doing it, but what we need to do, we need to have a list of all of the faux pas, all the mistakes, them intentional and otherwise. Where because some people might say, oh, how can it be an intentional mistake? Yes, you have things like that, right? But
I'll show you a list. You don't say I get a list, but make sure you send a list on you right now.
Yes, send a list to me because one of the things we mentioned today is that what happens is that we tend to have short memory, you know, the Jamaican people tend to have short, but part of that is because of our forgiving nature. We just say, I make it go. But what we remind them is that today is that don't forget this is the same prime minister who have them lock up the people and sell fake Chinese good enough. But him go buy fake Chinese shorts. You remember?
Yes.
Him buy the fake, I think it's Adidas. Somebody remind me today, it's not Nike, it's Adidas. You know?
Yes. Adidas.
Mm-hmm.
But before you move on from the SSL thing, right here in law enforcement, and I know this is a common sense thing, right? Something like that happened at SSL and the investigators come in. Aren't they going to confiscate every device in that institution, literally remove it from the institution and still cordon off the area because it's a crime scene? So the computers that are in question would not be on the premises of this particular institution. So
Yes.
how then can the government, almost a year into this SSL saga, the computers are still there, so it wasn't being processed as a crime scene?
No,
so who were the investigators and what did they do? Because how can this be there?
Let me say something to you and make it finish, right? Ratty. Don't them say them they have a company supposed to come audit it, right? A forensic audit company, right?
Yeah.
From England. And plus the FBI. And I know nobody not hear no update from the FBI. Them not give no talking, nothing at all. Nothing, not even one thing.
But Wayne, if the FBI was there, we all know we would see some that wouldn't look, you would see a few that look like Rattigan, but you would see a lot of men and women in them khaki and their blue top and the thing there. Yes, and a lot of whole heap of white man, you know, black Jamaicans like to see white people, and they'll see a lot of them, and they'll have their trucks, their vehicles parked up out there, and they'll be coming up with the treasure troves of boxes and computers. So the FBI wasn't there. That is common sense. That's common sense. So, you know, for the minister to come out and say that, like, to Jamaican people, like he's talking down to them, they don't know any better, was really, it was a lie. And for him not to follow up with any serious news conference to say what is happening is another insult to the Jamaican people. Yet they wanted to take $15 million of taxpayers' money to pay staff to stay there and turn on a doggone computer. Who is he talking to? Who is he talking to? And it's almost a year, and still it's like it's business as usual. Business as usual in Jamaica. And I think the worst thing, the Prime Minister was in Washington, said he was meeting with the diaspora, and no person talked to the Prime Minister about this SSL issue. No, not one single question about SSL for the Prime Minister, and we're supposed to be serious about this? Makes no sense. Makes no sense.
These people are jokers. Now I'm sending us something right now too, you know. I'm sending you this. I'm sending you this. Because when you have Kingston and St. Andrew, me I know them start sending out and them have somebody leave from over the PMP part. Well, them was nobody. Them was no councillor, not much farmer councillor. But them a try clean out cemetery. And then it causes a little thing where people have to video them. Right? Cause a little thing people have to video them. Right now, I remember send this to now. Right now. So me just send it there. Right? All right. So these things, right, I'm going to send them to you too. Because these are the things that we want to remind them of. Them are what we want to remind them of. I'm going to play that too in an ear, you know. I'm going to play that too. Yeah? So where the mayor Kingston and St. Andrew, I don't know, send out now. And them are use a little things every them can get a little motion work, them can get some little them get vote. But the government did not say a poor percent of, everybody at work. So I don't know how you send out for, for Bush to a place and call it work. I don't even understand. But as me I say, when you can't buy out no more Jamaican again, we're not going to allow it around here. Around here, so we score hard, you know. And some judge dread around here, say, you know. You understand? So
last thing you send me, what's that? Last thing you send me, what's that?
Yeah, see, we're going to remind them of that now, Ratty. These things, remember say we can't get them up. Meanwhile, we are talking now, I'm going to try and get them up. But as I say, Maria, before we start, I give them some hard knocking right away, on them.
Yes.
But before we start that, we can recognize the Right Honorable Michael Manley Earthstrong.
Yeah, yes, happy birthday to the great leader.
Yes,
the great leader. But before you move on, I have to say, Stella, thank you for telling me that our alma mater CC won the Da Costa Cup. I'm sorry, I had to say that. Clarendon College won the Da Costa Cup. Yeah.
Yes, Stella. Yes.
Yeah, that's my girl. We're compatriots from
Yes. All right. So
yes. Happy Earthstrong to the great leader. Yes.
Yes. All right. So I'm sending something in the paper. Where, boy, may I tell you, where you when Michael Manley come in 1973, I'm going to play about the speech. When I'm tell the free education, for the first time, what I'm doing at the first time, for the first year. So I don't want nobody make no excuse for Andrew Onis. For 2 terms. Michael Manley, the first year, I'm going to just play it back. And matter of fact, you have the paper, I send it to you, you see, Maria, I'm going to ask if I read it. When we finish, right? But I'm going to play this. I'm going to play the Manley first, and then we're going at something, you know?
The first time national service in Jamaica.
First time.
We feel the great need is in education. That we're going to call for the young people to give us a period of time when they get back into the primary system to teach before they move on out into their careers. Once a child reaches 16 or 17, if they, say, fail their O-level exam, we will then ask them to give 2 years, to volunteer for 2 years, to come in and teach in the primary schools while we look after them, which will also give them a chance to try again for their exam, in which case they might then be able to take advantage of it to move on further again. If the child passes the O-level, and wants to move on to A level or some kind of technical training, child will go, but we will ask it to carry the obligation of service. And if it goes right to the end of the university system, so be it. But even at that time, we're going to say, come and teach certain subjects in the technical schools, come and teach subjects even for 2 years in the primary schools. Create a revolution in the knowledge of the people by putting our skills that we've got through our secondary system cycled back into the training of more skills so as to bring the light of knowledge and freedom to the people that are being born and growing up in the system. I think it's the most exciting challenge and opportunity for Jamaica since independence. It's something to stir the fire of nationalism and patriotism in your heart, Mr. Speaker. The National Service, they'll be asked to give 2 years, mainly in teaching, but also, if people prefer, perhaps with the literacy program, they can help with the youth development program, with the youth camps that are coming on stream later this year, the new type of youth development. There are all sorts of ways in which they can help put back into their country so that instead of drowning through the lack of resources to create training, we use our own resources that say, let me give back something to the country that gave me both birth and the life opportunity of higher education. Because of all this planning, sir, I'm very pleased to be able to announce something more about education. At the present time, about 2,500 children in each age group move through into the secondary system and then some into the comprehensive, the technicals, etc. Because of plans already laid, already 9,000 of those children will be able by next year, September, to move into expanded technical schools and expanded secondary schools. That still leaves another 10,000 of junior secondaries with nowhere to go right now. Because of the call for the volunteers and the getting of the secondary schools to give back the training in the system, we are going to be able to revolutionize the quality of the primary education, because as a well-educated youngster that is going in, we're going to be able to release the best teachers to move up the system and strengthen the system inside the junior secondary. And by the introduction of the SHIP system next year, among the 19,000 junior secondaries, 9 of whom will go on into secondary, but 10 of whom will remain, we will be able to give 2 years further training and lift the age of the junior secondary schools from 15 to the age of 17. What we're going to do with the 10,000 is to create training in the junior secondaries that is particularly orientated to the needs of the economy. Therefore, that 2 years of extra training in the junior secondary for the other 10,000 will have a heavy vocational bias, strong on work attitudes, concepts of work discipline, and the creation of skills that will be particularly identified by industry as the things of which they are short. We want to see this country can take one thing and lift it out of the quagmire of politics and let it be like a beacon summoning the nation to the solution of its own problems through self-reliance. I come back now, Mr. Speaker, to where I began, which was the problem of an age group marching forward. You have, say, 50,000 children of 15, all with their anxious parents behind them. Of the 50,000 children roughly of that age next year, instead of 9,000 with a hope and 41 to face a blank wall, at one stroke we will have lifted it to 28,000 children who will be receiving further training of one sort or another. More than 3 times in one stroke. And the key is national service, the putting back to your nation of what you gain from the privilege of education. When we talk of taxes, I say to the people, I know it is hard. And it reminds me, I hear all the jokes and fine, the better the bitter. And that's all what makes life worth living. But let me remind everybody so that, it's a very funny thing about life, Mr. Speaker. Many a man has died of an illness because there was not a doctor to prescribe one dose of medicine. And many a man lives in the world today, Mr. Speaker, because there was a doctor that had the courage to say, draw one draft of the medicine. It will taste bad, it will be bitter, but it is the thing that will release you to the better that must come. And therefore, I say, I know the taxes are hard, but I say to a person, when you're thinking of your bet, and I hope you win it, wherever you are, whoever you are, think that that is helping to start the revolution again in education, to lift it yet again from where the torchbearers of the past have brought it up to now. If you're drawing on a cigarette, think that it is helping, that either it was going to stay down, or the condensed milk go up, or we couldn't start this great new initiative in education. We couldn't give the chance. We couldn't let the mothers see the whole light of hope dawn for the children of the next generation. Something had to pay. And rather than creep along like before, we said, let us be bold now. Let us be brave now. Let us take time and destiny by the forelock now, so that we can set tomorrow's generation free. When a person buying a car, sure, it had 76% tax before, so now it has 25% more. It's not because they don't want people to have cars, but something has to pay. And maybe somebody buying a $4,000 car, which already has 75% tax on it, maybe, or something around there, and there's another 25%, not as much as was there before. Let them think that maybe that money will be supplying perhaps 2 jobs for 2 people that have never had a job in their lives. And ask yourself, do you love your country enough for that to be worthwhile? And I say, sir, we talk of change. What is change? Change, sir, is the willingness to look at your system and have the courage to know what is wrong. More is not change. Change is to reorder the values of your life. Change is to have a vision of a new hope for a society. Change is to have the courage to invest something now in sacrifice so that tomorrow's people may be free. Change is a matter of a vision of justice. And you talk of change. Was there change? Let us speak of change. Labor Day was change as people began to feel self-reliance. The People's Food Complex that is coming is change because it will bring relief. That is change. Operation Grow is change. The leasehold system is there for change. The integrity legislation is change. The literacy program is change. The recognition of women's rights is change. The 40-hour work week for government workers is change. The Workers' Bank that is coming is change. The creation of equal status for all children in Jamaica is change. The law to prevent non-Jamaicans owning our land is change. The 18-year-old vote is change. Free education for the people is change. National service where we put back is change. These are the means by which, sir, we shall achieve power for the people and freedom in our time. These are the means.
No. When you talk about this, you talk about a real leader now, And I know, Ratty and Maria. But come on, 8:30, because me I tell you, say, him just talk to me. And him say, boy, I'm dead so tired. Ratty, you burn out herb, man. herb. Remember, herb is a herb, you know. So you burn out herb, man. It's a herb. I tell me, say I'm tired. I'm this. Oh, Assad. Yes, sir.
Hey, still a call me Assad.
Yes, my brother. Yes. Good to see you. Good to see you. Happy Sunday. Yes.
Yeah, man.
Full circle moment. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, but me not say
Yes.
Assad. Assad,
Yes.
you are ready. We burn out herb yesterday, man. Herb same tired. Him soon come by 8:30. If you want to burn him out
No, man.
yesterday.
No, Ratty burn out everybody.
I start going out, you know, because
Eh?
I call him, you know, I call him alone. So Mario, I call him after the program, you know, him no answer. And then we do the night program, you know, we finish like almost 11. I'm gonna do the night program from 12 midnight to 2. And then I left and go to the street, go look some food. I'm gonna call him again, him no answer. So today I'm gonna call him this morning, him no answer. So this evening me I'm attack and him say, boy, I'm burn out from last night. Him burn out. But you see what that is what when you feed pan KFC, you know, I don't know, real food, you know.
No.
Oh, I said
That's why when you sign on 2 o'clock, then show start 3 o'clock, you fix your mind to finish all 8 o'clock, and then you say 10 minutes to 11 o'clock, and you still let the show.
But hold on, you know. Somebody tell me to tell you, say, be careful where you buy, because them rob a KFC. Tell them not want somebody what happened to the KFC
Yeah,
today.
them rob a KFC today, man. Me play it.
Supposed to be them, did I look for?
Yeah. Them rob a KFC today, man. Them lock up the KFC. Remember play this. Them lock up the KFC, man.
Where was that though?
King Street, the one on King Street. Take with them phone and all kind of things. So them
Wow.
Them lock it up and rob everybody in there.
everything gone, man. Them just stop the KFC, then just stop. See, I'm at that fact. See, yeah. When it does stop, yeah.
Man, I rob the KFC. I thought that while I got to lock up the KFC with everybody night. The one I tap a King Street, that's all. I lock it up with everybody night and take everybody phone, credit card, everything. Right now that gone. And come out and gone with them business.
So can you imagine in a KFC, I'll wait for your chicken leg. And when you look, a gunman come in there. I start to look for, you know.
I believe so.
KFC, you know. They must say, well, I'll take with the box of KFC from him, the 21-piece bucket.
I switch into Island Grill.
No, well, I'm getting KFC delivered, you know. I delivered him, get it delivered, man. Because last time I see him in the pan camera, I see him stretch out the man. I see a box of KFC appearing.
Oh, so I'm never did it. So I'm never same now over KFC then.
Yeah.
Good, man. In good. Yeah, man. Them guy with phone and everything by Jamaica. The man, them get desperate.
Listen, it's the time of season, is the time of year, you know, where you listen, people have kids and people have family. And I'm not using me, but like with my situation where you just tell me don't work. For 2 years. JPS still want them light bill. The water commission want it. Everything that you need, everything that you have in place, you're still gonna have to. It's due at the end of every month for 2 years. Then you have the people who expect birthday, Christmas, all the things that come with life, and put that now to a man who don't work, who have kids, who have a woman, who have a mother, and whatever come with life. I'm telling you, I've seen people hungry to the point where they look like they would have walked up to me and robbed me. I'm going to say, no, man, you're hungry. You need some food. It might have changed their mind, but I tell you, so they were prepared. They're at the point of them. It don't matter. Them don't even have the strength to rob you, but there's nothing else. So I see it, and them. It sounds like I defend in slackness, but can you live to the point where you're hungry that you're now gonna have to rob to eat? Nobody's giving you anything. I can tell you one time, Jamaica was never like this. If you was living in the country, you could have near mango and gooseberry and banana till your belly full. Watermelon, and it was larceny. I mean, think once upon a time, fruits was on trees and them would drop out. A mango tree, mango there the ground and drop fresh. Now, all you see is apartment building a high rise and this and that from country to anywhere. And no, you can't live off the land in Jamaica for nothing. Right now, my father have an ongoing war with a madman. Every night the man come and him go in the garbage looking for buckle. So him scatter. And I telling my father, say he is desperate. He has to find something to sell in the morning to get something the next morning. So I'm not angry at him, but if it reached there, so what's the solution? So if robbing the KFC is what them have to do, Christmas is 2 weeks, 3 weeks away. Worse things gonna happen, which is why the prime minister calls state of emergency.
But that's not working.
No, but what happens with it is this is what the purpose of the state of emergency is. Listen, the numbers are embarrassing. Some only can wait for dead next year, and that make me look bad. That's all.
but it's still not working out. Because
well, him don't want Rattigan come next year and say 2023. Government is up 8 years in power, and we have 1,698 murder. This is the highest ever. If no Rattigan and him no alone, some say them things there, you know. So him just say probably next week if 10 people, then him just like I say lock down the whole thing. No movement till next year, because they're not gonna mess up him statistics. Man,
but let me say something to you, Isaac. The last time them tried this, I'm a matter of fact, in the pandemic.
Yeah.
Them locked down the place like sardine. How much would it have dead? 1,300 and add. Then next year 1,400 and add.
No, but I'm just saying that's what it was. That is really the reality that we face right now. And I always say this, and please nobody cuss me. Crime, no government can't fight crime. And he's doing what he knows. So
no, him alone can't do it though.
That's what he knows.
So him that tell the people them lie.
Well, is it if all you know is all you know? Is it a lie?
Of course, a lie.
Well,
so him no lies.
Yeah.
Him see lies too female like black and white. Them well, just the lies. Yeah, so people have to wake up in a reality world now. You know? That's what reality.
Yeah, well look. I hear the story from a man. When I say man, not talk about the Minister of National Security, the Prime Minister, and the Police Commissioner. I hear from people who try in what they believe to be everything, but it's turning out to be nothing. And here's when I'm going to be impressed with the murder rate when them go down to 1208 or below. That's when I'm going to be impressed, because this is the man who said that him not gonna leave Jamaica worse than him find it, and he found it at 1208 and him not reach 1208 yet. And this and remember now, you're one of your favorite ministers, him used to say crime under JLP is going down, but crime under PNP is going up. I think you can play the video there.
Not to me show it, but it got 105. So if him even got 12 that's the worst.
2014.
That's the worst in a Portia Simpson administration, 1208, But the best one 1,005.
In 2014, it was 1,005, yes.
Yeah, so him have to go, remember, for him beat that, him have to go 1,004. So if him not go...
Me even give him the 1208. Me even give him the 1208.
Yeah, not tell him, say him can't try to go around Porsche thing. Him have to cash up 1,100 and add. Him have 1208.
No, because here's what I give him. Him say, him said that when him choke up with the speech and said that him not care about political points, him just care about our favors, him just care about him legacy. And him say at the end, him say him cannot leave Jamaica worse than him find it. Him have to make it better than him find it. So him get it at 12:08.
So 12:08, yeah. But you know, so never money when him come 12:08, came I forgot 1,005 though. Maria, yes, Maria. You know something about him, Matty. So yes, I set him up to get.
No, but the crime problem should be a bipartisan issue. It shouldn't be a one party has to do this, and it's because poverty is a problem. And the lack of proper education is also another problem, because people are poor. You send children to school. Children can't run if they're hungry. They graduate from school. They cannot read. They cannot write. What are they going to do? So it has to be a wider approach to dealing with crime, but it cannot be politicized. There are certain things that you just don't politicize: healthcare, education, housing, and poverty. It's not and security. It's not a political issue. It's an issue to address the needs of the Jamaican people, the safety of the Jamaican people. And if they do not address the poverty situation and also address the education deficit, we're going to keep having these numbers, because the children they're not gainfully employed. They have to get back to first teaching them to read and write from the basic school level. That is where they have to deal with crime and violence. You have to start at a very young age. You cannot wait until they reach high school, because by then the horse has gone through the gate. So they have to look at poverty and education, social programs, but also do it from a bipartisan standpoint and not a political party issue. It won't work.
So Maria, I'm gonna ask the whole panel, you know. So the radam where the Prime Minister they got fined the other day, that not work. It not work. The radam where I'm talking about, because and the 15-year. We can't talk twice about this thing. The 15-year and the 45-year and radam. It now have no impact, right? From what I want
now. So let me tell you something. When you're hungry, you don't even know if you can read and write. when you're in survival mode, you're not gonna be on the internet, and you're not gonna buy where you gonna get money to buy newspaper? Where you gonna get money to buy credit for stream? Where you gonna get money to participate in society? Yeah, the people who commit crimes, they don't know what's on the books. They don't know what they're facing. Nobody don't go and commit crime thinking is when people hear that, if it's 15 years and they know a man who is a rapist that wants a little rape, if him here say I'm gonna get 20 years for the rape, he's gonna commit the murder. Because he doesn't want the 20 years. So you are expanding the criminal mind. So a man who love mangoes say I'm gonna go over do some peridial last night and thief 2 mango. And here say if him get catch, it's 5 years. He still loves the mango. He's still gonna try to get the mango, but now he knows that when he's on the tree, if the owner see him, he's gonna have to drop something in their head because he don't want to get caught. So what we had with possession of firearm, you used to catch them with the firearm and them say, all right, you catch me. And then them get the big top lawyers who take the big money, and then them get 18 months and suspended sentence, all of that. Now you start say mandatory minimum is 15 years. A possession stop now become a drive and chase and shootout. And who the dead and that. You are expanding, so you're not fighting crime. And on top of that, we have nice roads to run up and down now. So then the homicide rate, we wonder if vehicular homicide should be the new thing, because we're talking about the murders and we sound like it's so bad, but the road traffic deaths has surpassed 4,000. So why are we complaining about gun crimes when you're quicker for die at a stoplight or a boulder or any intersection in the car? The bike man them It's like it's only cartoon I used to watch, and Bugs Bunny would go in the light post and him head splatter, and then him pick up himself. But when you see these things now, man, it's not even horrific anymore because the guy. But I always say bike not done make, but they're riding up and down without helmets, and them head just open up and them bend up and broke up, and you be like, wow, this one really outdid himself this time. That's where we're at.
Let me ask you something. With much fanfare, they announced or the legislation called the Firearms Act of 2022. And they said that this is going to be a game changer because now when you get caught with a unlicensed firearm, you're looking at life, 15 to life.
15
right?
is starting point, yeah.
Right. Now, explain to me if you know anything about this case, if you can explain to me what happened. Recently, somebody was caught with an unlicensed firearm and they were sentenced to, I don't know if it's 15 years or life, but they were sentenced to one of the two or in between. It wasn't less than 15. And the government prosecuted that case. And now it's my understanding that the government is now going to the Court of Appeal and they're asking for the sentence to be reduced or for the case to be sent back because the sentence was harsh. What do you make of
that? It's a good thing. Mandatory minimum sentences, a lot of people won't say it, but I see it in the chat. It's a reaction to crime. America did it when they had the war against drugs, and then it didn't work, especially when it started to hit home, i.e. a certain race started to be affected by the drug laws, and so they had to scale it back. So the crack pandemic and the drug pandemic, there's like, no, well, it's too much now, and we have young men languishing in prisons, and now it's not just black, it starts to be white as well, so they quickly take it off. Well, in this situation, mandatory minimum sentences simply doesn't work. I am not the authority for it. Our Chief Justice is tired of saying, listen, I don't know what you're doing over there. It's not happening, especially with our structure. And you know what I'm passionate about is prison conditions. Look at you having mandatory minimum sentences, sending persons to stockpile and pack up in an overcrowded prison, and the conditions are inhumane. So you want longer sentences. At the same time, the prosecutors all come in and said, I'm objecting to bail. So you don't want to give people bail. You want them to have long sentences, and there's no mechanism for rehabilitation. So this is a formula to ensure that the criminal justice system fails, because nobody wants to be a part of the system. Even the criminal himself don't want to be a part of the system because there's no mechanism for reform. Not your mic.
The part I understand that, but here's the part I don't understand. Why would you first pass the legislation, prosecute under the legislation, and then file the appeal to reduce the penalty that you created under the legislation? I don't understand. Is there something peculiar about that case?
No, but so remember, three arms of government, separations of powers. The legislators are the ones who are responsible. They make the law and they say, judges, this is what you have to do. You have judges who have the legislation and they're turning it to see they have no power, because a young man comes before them and they know within their life, they said, okay, the circumstances of the human element, notwithstanding that it's possession of a firearm. This young man, what we're going to do, send him away for 15 years when we know the circumstances that he might have had the firearm does not warrant. For instance, he got an illegal firearm because his mother and his sister was raped by the Don. and he's a university student, and he's helpless. He's the man of the house, and his mother and sister is raped every week by the Don. And it's time now for him to protect himself. He's not going up to FLA, and he's not going to get a firearm because he's not from the ilk of persons qualified to have a firearm. So now a judge who listens to that says, well, if my mother and my sister was being raped by the Don and we can't get the intervention from the authorities or whatever. Jamaica is a high crime society. What do? You can't send this young man for 15 years. So sometimes not even the office who does the prosecution is in agreement, but they have to go by the law. It's the law of the land. And so you have to take it through the system now, which is a mechanism that I use, which is you litigate all the way to the very place that nobody wants to go anymore, which is the Privy Council, to get clarity, to say whether our mandatory minimums works in these instances, and you hope that they say no. If they say yes, it's just an unfortunate situation.
But hold on, the mandatory, not to prolong the conversation, but wouldn't the avenue for restructuring the sentencing guidelines, wouldn't that go back to the legislature? Because the judges are there just to interpret it constitutionally and say, okay, this falls within the Constitution or not. So, like here, I know that what they did here was they went back to Congress and they said, okay, we have to do away with some of these mandatory minimum. And I think they went back to Department of Justice, and so they revised it. So wouldn't the proper avenue be then to go back to the same people who created this law and say, listen, this thing not working, because we're destroying our youth without any consideration of the circumstances, as you mentioned. So wouldn't it be best for them to go back and do that?
No, well, the idea is to take it to the court and for the court to say, well, this is in breach of the Constitution. And so they redo it. That's kind of what the Julian Robinson thing with the whole Data Protection Act. They passed the law, even when the opposition said, no, this is not right. They pass it anyway because they have the majority. You take it, you test the law, and the court says, well, this is in breach of certain constitutional rights. I believe mandatory minimum should be unconstitutional. Especially we don't think about it, but it affects juveniles as well. And juveniles are a separate class of people. That in terms of how we are to deal with crime when we're dealing with young people. But it's paint with a broad brush. So the aspect of it now is why there has to be public education, because you guys always talk about what's that thing with the 100 days something that thing the politicians use. Help me out.
You want the 100 days? You want to see?
No. They use something. I mean, it's not a mandate. Manifesto.
Manifesto. Yes.
Manifesto. Yes. So we the people, these are the things we need to see to separate who we're voting for. And our representatives must individually indicate where they fall.
Look, we can't use the manifesto because Lonesome will play it, and I'm sure you see it already, where our Prime Minister flat out lied.
Make a play
about all right.
A matter of fact, me go play the Knicks first because I saw just talk something about them carry them, the opposition have to carry them to court, right? Me go play this. You remember this? I saw.
Ms. Daniel Thomas. I'm the president of the Love March Movement, which is a youth organization, and we have an initiative called Colorblind, which is where we encourage young people to be engaged in political and national matters with an unbiased eye, without political assignment or, alignment rather. Okay, so my issue that I would like to raise at this time is with respect to needs. All right? Now, I am not, and we are not, against a national ID. We see the benefit of it. There are great pros. It will fill gaps in the country. But we believe that in its current form, it poses significant issues for many Jamaicans, especially with the fact that there has not been, in my opinion, and many other Jamaicans, 60,000, I checked the petition this morning, 60,000 Jamaicans here and abroad who feel that there needs to be more consultation, ventilation of the issues, speaking about pros and cons. All right, both of them are important to our consultative process. So we're being told that we must enroll in NIDS, or in the next 3 years we'll be possibly fined a max of $100,000 and barred from government services and possibly private services as well. The only exception being where there's a threat to health or life or a state of national emergency. Now, I'm deeply concerned about this bill because of the impact on the country.
So Charles, you have given us 2 points in the bill that you'd like responded to.
Well, I can't go into all of them, but just to say, right now I qualify for NHT.
Yes.
In 3 years, I will somehow lose my qualification because, I mean, somebody can respond to the NHT point, of course.
You're sure about that?
Well, that is my understanding because it won't be a threat to my life or health.
This is where you're going to come to get all the answers. All right, so allow them to respond now. Thanks, Charles. Really appreciate it.
We have over 60,000 Jamaicans.
So Charles, so you have to allow them to respond.
Me?
Yeah,
I'm Thomas, sorry.
I'm so sorry, Thomas. My apologies.
Can I just finish
the
the
wrong
last
name.
2 lines here?
The last 2 lines?
Very quick.
2 points or lines?
2 lines. So my closing thought would be to withdraw the bill, allow for proper ventilation of the issues over a 3-month period even, town hall meetings and joint select committee where we can properly speak about the many, many issues that are in the bill. We're not against the bill, but we are for the country of Jamaica moving forward.
Thanks, Thomas.
Do you know what I reject? I reject the view that somehow you have a higher moral authority on this matter than I do. I am not here to create, and I make that point very seriously, because I am not here to create a system that is going to deprive Jamaicans of their freedom. And you know what else?
But the bill
I am not hiding from consultation. I am here facing the questions. Unlike most, I am facing the questions and answering them. And I will go to every church in Jamaica. I will go to every room, every house, and I will answer them. Because I am not trying to take away anybody's rights. And I find that this discussion is disingenuous, unfair, and untruthful. And I will tell you, Jamaica, I am not going to hide from this. If you say that you are for Jamaica and that you agree that we should have a national civil registry, then let us talk as we are doing, but let us talk on the facts of the situation, not on the untruths and what we make up. Let us discuss the facts.
All right. Thank you so much, Prime Minister.
My name is Glendon Martin. I am a student of the University of Technology. And I had a question, but the President had a similar question, so I'll allow him to ask the question. But what I have to say, well, I have a comment, actually. The gentleman that asked the question on NIDS, Mr. Prime Minister, I was taken aback by the way you responded to the question. I felt that you came across too strong, and when I was listening to you, while I was listening to you, I was saying, should I go and ask this gentleman a question? Will he answer me in the same tone that he answered the young man? And what I want to say and what I want to see in Jamaica, or overall with politics, is that our politicians behave sometimes, even in Parliament, when you see them jumping over, arguing with each other. Our young people are looking at this and they're saying this is something that is right, because the politicians, the leaders of our country, this is something that they do. So, Mr. Prime Minister, I would like for you to, first of all, apologize on the way you responded to the question. And secondly, allow me to finish, please. Allow me to finish, please.
So, my darling, hang on 1 second. Sir, hold on, everybody. 1 second, 1 second. You know, the great thing about youth, hold on, the great thing about youth is that we see no boundaries at all. None at all. I think that you possibly could think hard on your comment and suggestion, really, in terms of the implications. I understand.
Yes.
She out hard about it, you know.
Yeah, man.
Very out hard about it. And him out hard about it. Him don't answer nothing. When you hear this, I'm going to show you what the quote say after this, you know. But when you hear what him just said,
him answer the youth?
Nothing. Him not answer, him trace the youth. Can not answer the question, no matter.
The second one.
Him not answer, and we just saw she come up, so we just cut it off there. So she come up and she too, Naomi, she let me down, you know. Me know like Naomi better than that, you know. You know, Naomi start, you know, when she did the journalism and she do her thing better than that. You know, because when she just come
No, I'm interested to find out what happened. The guy finished him question.
Well, she did tell us something to them to go do what, and we get the chop off from this. I mean, never even bother, because it get me so upset, you know. But the first one, when flush, come on now, him not answer nothing. He must say like most, and him go this, and him go this, him not answer. But yes, still the young man did right. Them did right. And then you have people from the education ministry, it's the education minister, yes, yeah. And some other one, deal with him, Prime Minister. Welcome to Jamaica.
Somebody asked if I play the rest side.
No, we cut it off there, sir.
Oh, you cut it off.
We're going to play for you now. I'm going to show you him did wrong. Because him say him now do nothing for hurt nobody, you know. Watch what the quote say. Watch this. Just watch this. Just to show you him did, oh, boy, I'm outrageous, man. Bad man, look on this. This is the court ruling.
Good afternoon. It's Friday, April 12. I'm Andrea Chisholm with the Midday News. Special welcome to those watching on onespotmedia.com. The government has suffered a major blow after the Supreme Court this morning struck down the National Identification and Registration Act. A panel comprising Chief Justice Brian Sykes, Justice David Batts, and Justice Lisa Palmer Hamilton ruled that the act was null and void. Chief Justice Brian Sykes explains the ruling.
And we were of the view that the protections, such as they are in the statute, were inadequate and therefore a violation of the right to privacy. Having declared some of the provisions in violation of the Charter, we were of the view that what was left could not stand, because on two bases: one, that it was so bound up with the other provisions that there is no way it could survive by itself. That's one route. And the other route was that what was left would still be in violation of the Constitution. And so on either basis, we were of the view that what was left could not stand by itself. And so we were of the view that the National Identification and Registration Act is to be declared null and void and of no legal effect.
So Ratty and Asa and Maria. So when you hear this, right? You remember him saying now do nothing for earth, what and everything where him that do right. So all the court struck it down. Null and void. And they tell us it a breach. It a breach by enough things. You can answer this for me, Asa Ratty.
Somebody, okay.
All right.
I hear enough feedback. Okay. So here's the thing: the Prime Minister gets his advice from his advisors. He's not going to research the law, look at the law and the Constitution and says, I personally am satisfied. It's kind of like when I take advice from Mr. Rattigan, or I ask you something and I ask Daisy something and they said, that's how it is. And I said, okay, and I rely on you. Then I go in the public space and say, that's how it is, because I trust you. So his advisors and the people who are versed in law, they simply didn't steer him in the right direction, or there's two things, or notwithstanding that they told him what the law was, he says, this is what I want to try, this is what I want to do, let the court say it's not so. It's two things. But certainly, we just have to understand that that's the beauty of the law. And that's the very Constitution that everybody is arguing about that we need to change. And why I say the Charter is so important. And that Chapter 3, the 2011 Amendment, how significant it is. Because if you read the NIDS and you extract what Justice Sykes has said in terms of the revolutionary potency of the Charter, so that the legislators you're free to do whatever you want. In fact, the legislators can now hand out death penalty for every single thing. You're free to legislate like that. What happens is that when you get to the court has to operate in its authority as a custos morum of the rights of the people. So although you're free to do whatever you want, you have to come and justify it. And that was the thing with the NIDS. And so good try, Mr. Prime Minister. He did try a thing and it just never did work out. And he rightfully will and come again. No harm done there. But what was demonstrated was that the court protected the citizens from the very thing he said he was not going to do when he was addressing the young man.
Yes, herbalist.
Yes, sir. Oh, I see you got. Guess what? I was just listening to Deion Jackson here explain how she support you the first time and how this is excessive. So, what can I say? If Deion is with you,
here's what I can say. There have a bunch of ladies last night that asked you, and I said them wish you well and all kind of things. And somebody asked, but I said no. I said too late for her. This was about 1 o'clock. No? So,
you're about to get me in more trouble, you know.
No answer. But getting back to the point, doing something. Everybody, here's how I view it. As a prime minister, and this is not have anything to do with the legal aspect of it. I'm just saying, as a prime minister, you have to prioritize, right? You can't know everything all the time. But there are some things that you should know. NIDS is a significant bill. It's a significant initiative. Something like that, I would make it my duty to know it inside out. You cannot rely on advisors, whoever they are, we won't go into that. Whoever the advisors are, you cannot rely on them for every single thing. Some things you have to take a personal responsibility over and say, listen, this one I want to know more about this. I just not going to take the talking points that you're giving me and run out to the media with it. NIDS is a significant departure from the way we do business. It is an invasion of privacy. I agree. And he should have realized that. And therefore, he should have given it more thought. So as a leader, I expected more from him than just somebody give him something and run out and regurgitate it to the public. Then give him some talking points and him go out there, because I'm sure, and this also is an indictment of the media, because they don't ask him. I find that they don't some people might say they don't ask him because he owns the media or the government owns the media, but they don't ask him the right questions. Just look at politicians, ministers particularly, prime minister, right? And look at the questions that they ask him. They ask him some softball questions. And then you say, why? We have more significant issues to talk about. Why you ask him that? Ask him something that's affecting the people. So that's just my take.
So Ratty, so you're telling me that the young man now who asked him the question, asks more precise and tougher question, real question,
yes.
where the media supposed to ask. Him come and not the prime minister with it. So him feel like him get him feathers ruffle.
You see what happened? And you see what happened? Because he wasn't properly prepared for the question. Wham though. Him using emotion took over. So it's like he must say, well, little boy, I want wild me up in front of all of them people and things like that, you know? And so, because if he was prepared, he would have just act in a calm demeanor and just say, look, son, let me explain to you how this thing, and explain to him. But because he can't do that, can be prepared for him, have a good answer, him start going to just bully him and then just remove him off of the place. I mean, this is not leadership, man. It's not leadership.
He's supposed to be the chief servant of the country, right?
Right.
Yes. And the young man asked him a legitimate question. And I tell him, say, do this and withdraw. We have 60,000 signature. And you know, it's something to write here. And the youth explain. I say, I'm going to lose that. I'm going to lose this and everything. So I'm for just reconsider. And only thing me here, deal with him, Prime Minister. And I say, what of them get up and clap? It's a goddamn shame. Eh? Them work in unison and when them wrong.
Right.
And it's not government this. And not government.
If you go back and just look at the video, you see one man that act like a cheerleader. Him turn around.
Him turn around and shit him up.
Right.
Me see them act in unison. Me see it. Them act in unison. Yes, Maria.
Yeah, but I was taken aback, and all I could see was the Prime Minister's arrogance, you know. And this young man was quoting from the legislation itself. So when he got up and then he basically told him that he was lying, I'm like, does he realize that he's reading the actual legislation? He's not making stuff up. And so when he says if they don't, you know, ask if they have more moral authority than he does, yes, they do. Because it affects them more than it affects him. So it is easy for them to come up with legislations and implement them and pass these things in Parliament. It is the Jamaican people who are going to have to live with this on a day-to-day basis. So they're the ones with the moral authority on this, not the Prime Minister. So he should have respect enough to get their input on something that is going to affect their lives. And to the young man who Naomi was talking about boundaries. How can you ask a young man about boundaries when the very system that he's challenging is pressuring him? There can be no boundaries there. So he has to speak up against the system and for himself and his fellow countrymen against a system that is going to work against them, because I don't see how they're going to implement some of the things that they're asking for in needs was really an invasion of people's privacy. So I'm glad that the court struck it down.
Just quickly say one thing. Thing. There's somebody in the chat that said that they say we're disappointed that I shy away from the town hall in Washington. That I shy away from the town hall in Washington. Name is Robert Gardner. No, Robert, I actually attended not in person, virtually. I attended the town hall meeting. But here's the thing, Robert, and I'm not sure if you're aware of it. They're not going to let me ask questions. The last time I was on it, Robert, I asked a bunch of questions, even in the chat, and they ignored me. And it was Ambassador Curtis Ward who said, he said, listen, Mr. Rattigan has been asking some questions and nobody's answering his questions. And then they asked one question and the question required a follow-up, because it was one of those questions where it's a yes or no, you let them say yes or no, and then you go back and you say, here's why yes is wrong or no is wrong. And then I was waving my hand, and the Prime Minister said, because remember that they read the question. They're not going to pick on me to ask a question. And when I was waving my hand, and he looked, because there were over 200 people, and he said, there's somebody waving frantically to ask a question. The ambassador looked and she said, oh, it's Mr. Rattigan. He asked, you asked a question already. And she just dismissed me like that. So, Robert, that's why when I go on these things now, I don't even bother ask questions. I just go on to take notes and to make sure I hear for myself, and I don't depend on what a media person is going to tell me, because they're not going to ask me to ask. They're not going to identify me to ask a question. And if you notice, the questions asked last week, Wednesday, they were softball questions. They were softball questions. They weren't questions like what this young man just asked, that this young man asked him. They were softball questions. And in fact, it would even appear that there was some kind of collusion. Like they knew what the questions were going to be. I'm not saying that it happened. I'm just saying they acted like, because the only person who seemed uneasy was my favorite minister, Minister Kamina Johnson Smith, aka Apina. She seemed uneasy, and she seemed uneasy because somebody in the chat kept asking about her husband's immigration status with the U.S. And I think that was a sore point for her, and so she turned pale, and she was just very uncomfortable. But other than that, and that's how they run the thing, Robert. So, but if you want, I'll continue to attend these meetings, and next time I'll raise my hand just to prove the point that they're not going to call on me, because I've described them in a way that they should be described, and they don't like that. And they know that when I come to ask questions, I'm going to ask questions like SSL questions. I'm going to ask questions about standing. I'm going to ask questions about crime. I'm going to ask questions about corruption. I'm going to ask questions about him lying about all the things that he promised in the first 100 days and didn't do. Those are the questions I'm going to ask him and hold him to task. They don't want that. So that's why. So I hope that answers the question or the concern.
But Ratty, the last time them have something there, and I went over there and I see Nigel Clark. And I'm going to put up Stop Tell Lie. And Herb, you were there also. And I just said, Nigel, stop lie. Because him depend them, I said, the honorable, and we gotta talk to him straight. Yeah? And him come ball, Ratty. Him come ball. Him leave. I'm going to get a call. And I say, you can't believe me, a good youth, you know. And you answer these things. You answer this. If it was a stranger. But when I say, come on now, we have to hold them accountable. We have to hold them accountable. When them come up and them say things when I write, we're going to say as is. And them for know say them a servant of the people, and we're not going to play around here. We're not going to do that. Yeah? We are going to hold them accountable. Yes, yes, Herb.
Loxley, when I dropped the ball in Loxley. It's just that what happened, I didn't know they were traveling until it was too late, because I planned on doing the service or process next year. And so when I got the notification that they were traveling, I got the notification like a day before the travel, or maybe the day of the travel. So it was too late for me to prepare the complaint. But we're working on it. And God willing, we'll be able to properly serve the minister next year. And it doesn't matter, because she's gonna come back. They're gonna come back in in a delegation style. They're gonna come back to Washington and New York. So what I'm gonna ask you though, all of you, is if you know the minister's schedule, if you know when she's coming to America, just please let me know, and let me know her point of entry or port of entry. Just let me know, because then I'll be ready, and then I can come on and say I did it, and then we'll go from there. And then all you can show up in court and hear me argue, because I'll probably do it for myself, you know what I mean? So yeah, and I'm very familiar with the court down in DC, and that's a popular place for her. So I'll just show up, and then you can watch how I handle my business. Win, lose, or draw. Although we love win. So
what if I make sure you don't come back, May make sure you don't come back,
Have to come back, the minister of foreign affairs. You have to come back. Have to come back.
Watch now, And when they hear this, you say, "Ease my plan for serve me something." All right. We can't make them know where we are leave.
But again, so somebody asked, because I guess people disappointed, because I guess I've established a reputation that if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. But I didn't know she was going to come back so soon, because I was planning, because I think I have until next year, April. It's a 1 year statute of limitation. So I think I have until next year, April, to file it. So So again, whenever if you guys, I can't keep up with everything, so help me out, no man, please. So when they say, when they know she'll come or anything like that, please just send it to her, me, Lonesome Maria. Don't get the ISAT, because we don't want ISAT getting a problem. But just send it to one of us, and so that we can prepare it and get it, because we know no one that she get service or process, and we'll work on that, because I've said that she should go ahead and sue me, because I have a counter sue and I just want her to do it, but I can't wait forever, and I mean, she'll take too long, so I just have to go to just do it by my own. So
yeah, man. But them are working on one accord. But it's a herb. Where's the Prime Minister visit? Some people ask when visit for.
Well,
what sense it make?
We're trying to figure that out, because it's close to Christmas, and so you have what we call a boondoggle trip. That's when you come up, and the wife goes shopping, do whatever she needs to do, get all the gifts that you need to get, and then you go back loaded, right? And you have something for everybody. But there was no significant, other than him getting some kind of award. I can't remember which award it was. There was no significance to the visit, right? He met with the White House National Security Council person, maybe the National Security Advisor. And why would he meet with the National Security Advisor? Maybe it was about Haiti, right? But what he was doing could have easily been done by any other underling. Could have been done by Chang, if Chang had the gumption to show up, right? But the bottom line is, it's a boondoggle trip, in my estimation. And how is he gonna go back and brief Chang now? What is he gonna tell Chang? What's his, that's his significance. Matter of fact, every time the Prime Minister travels, he should give a report to the country, right? Especially when it comes to the U.S., especially if he talks about Haiti and the Haitian situation. Because we know nothing is due from Kenya until the 24th of this month, of next month rather, when they go back to court for the answer from the Supreme Court. So there's nothing significant that's breaking on Haiti. So, I mean, to me, it's nonsense. You were talking about NIDS as well a while ago. Now, you know that the India, Germany, Malaysia are like 3 other countries that pass similar laws having to do with NIDS. And they say, okay, so it provides a unique ID number for every citizen. So does the driver's license, right? And, here in most states here in the U.S., you get a driver's license or you get a state ID card, which will become your driver's license if you ever get a driver's license, right? They want to improve the efficiency of government services. So they want to track and trace how much benefits you're getting, how many different places within the state you apply for benefits. So, I mean, this is Jamaica. How many places do you have that you're going to apply for benefits other than NIS or some other medical stuff, right? I can't think of too many places to reduce fraud and identity theft.
So me now cut to do herb. To reduce fraud and identity theft. But remember, so the government is a criminal government, Now, me talk straight. Yeah, it's a criminal government. Criminal within the government. Yes. The criminal within that government. And people, when we talk, I said job. But well, we over here, so we talk straight. Me can just drop WikiLeaks now. You see some people on WikiLeaks. Me see some man go turn national security minister. But you still have money laundering and all kind of things. You see them have him up far. You see other people who not charged with child molesting and them name mix up in a rape, money laundering, drug this, all kind of things. And you still them are going like, no, come on now. Jamaica we have run with majority of them in a government. You have to, as a criminal government to run Jamaica. Simple as that. Yes.
Yeah, Jamaica already had excellent voter registration, a registration system. So that you can improve the accuracy much more than with the NIDS to facilitate financial transactions. Your driver's license was doing that, or your passport, to improve to enhance rather national security. Now that I'm wondering how they're going to enhance national security with that. That's a broad area, and that's probably a key area because everything about you is involved with national security. If they're looking for something that fits a certain profile, they're running everybody's name and profile through that wanted person that they're looking for to see who fits that profile. And so that means your name is going to be run over and over and over again. So, I mean, it's something that they're stopping us from doing here in the U.S. And they're saying, no, you can't be running U.S. persons. So if you can't run U.S. persons, and there's a huge problem behind putting people's name in a system over and over again, then the question then becomes, will Jamaicans know when the names came up in certain probes, right? If the name was released from that query without any backlash. In other words, they're not going to come back and say, oh, this person was a suspicious person 2 years ago. They had to run a check on them for X, Y, and Z, right? So you have to be very careful in how you protect the identity of your citizens. You have to be very cautious in how you run the names. Running a name is just like a credit check. The more credit checks you do, is the less your credit effectiveness or credit worthiness, because too many checks have been run on you. So they figure you're asking for too many loans or begging money all over the place, and so that goes against you. So when your name keeps popping up and being run against different profiles, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how they protect people in the underserved communities versus the people who live in the Vumba B areas of Beverly Hills, Forest Hills, Red Hills, and all them places.
But also, Herb, given the level of corruption that is going on in Jamaica, I mean, it is not wise to be asking for such private information. If the system was more protected, then you could understand. But you already have the TRN number. What more, get a national ID without having to do all these biometric stuff. But it is not a safe situation to have Jamaicans giving up such vital information. You already have a TRN number, and you have and for those who have driver license, but do a national ID for those who don't drive. But getting all that personal information is not safe in a country so rife with corruption right now.
Yeah, well, look, I made a statement just the other night that we in Cyberpol did not leave a multi-million-dollar system in Jamaica with the same NIDS type information available in it, right? Because when they ran the same information on the very people that's involved, they didn't like what they saw. And so they said, look, we just can't do this. You have to pass a certain background check to prove that you're trustworthy. And I've been through so many of these background checks in different locations, different agencies, from the military to all the intelligence agencies. And if you pass it, they don't even rubber stamp you from one agency to the next. They rerun you every time you move somewhere else. Matter of fact, every time you change jobs, they can rerun you. Right? If your bank account seems like it's bouncing around up in the stratosphere, they're gonna run you because they want to know where you're getting this influence from. Right? They want to know how come you're so affluent all of a sudden. So think about the people in Jamaica now that we know of, like the 6 in the parliament, and like the 20-odd people in the government that are government executives or what, to include the ones that are contractors within the private sector. If you run those people, the question is, what's going to show up? Especially if you're running them through European, Latin America, Caribbean, and North American systems.
All right. Herb and Ratty, check your phone, right? Look on some of these things. Herb, I just send some things to you. You can read some of them in the anti-corruption day. You know, you have anti-corruption day. I'm gonna send some of these things to you from 20. It got right down there, sir. Not for the corruption, them where they, you know, we're going with right now until now. See there? I'm send it to you. 2016, 2017. You want to look through them? You can look through them, man. You see some of them? This bad. This bad. The government do so much thing, it's unbelievable. You see them, Ratty? You have them? You have them, Maria?
This is not the comprehensive list either. This is
no, but just some of them, you know. Just open it and just look some of them. 2016. Look on that, Maria, for 2016.
Oh.
I see you have our favorite person here.
You're right there. We say, Ratty? We want all them first, eh? All right. All right. Ratty, I said, Ratty, we can't do that one.
Every Sunday night, him do it, you know. Every Sunday night, him do it. Every Sunday night.
I get tired of one, man.
You know two things. You know two things him do to me every Sunday night. You know. One, him going to blame me when him end the program. Cause I'm going to say, Ratty look like him hungry. So I'm going to end the program.
That time I'm be hungry.
And the next thing him do, you know him about pick on some
bring up your friend.
Exactly.
You know where he has ISAT tonight, he can say, well, ISAT need to go to KFC.
Herb fire, you know. Herb fire.
Hold on. Maria, you have 2016, 2017, 2018, all the way to 2023. You see where I'm going to keep on.
I don't want to start from. I want to start from Herb. Read the one from Herb. You have it. You have it.
Herb can't say. Herb can't say.
You sent me 2 sets, right?
Herb Ted from last night.
Read the one 2016.
2016. Where's that date supposed to be?
Just go down. You pass 2023 and just go below, and then you start 2016.
Is that the ones with the images?
No, it have the name. No, pass the image.
Herb not have it, man. Him not have it.
2010, pass that. Go 2017, 2019.
What the 2017, Herb? Start at 2017. Start at 2017.
Okay. 2020, 2019.
20, come down. Go up. 23, yeah.
20, all right, 2017.
2016.
Yeah, start at 2017.
Okay. August, convicted criminals, friends of board members granted gun license under questionable circumstances. That's FLA.
No, you have to go nowhere, yes. But you have to go 2016 though. You have to go build up, just push it to go up more. Yes, 2016.
Okay, let
Scroll
me
up.
go back.
2016. Yeah, it's 2019. Just scroll up.
All right, so 2010.
Scroll up.
17.
Scroll up.
19.
Scroll up.
16.
Start that from that. 16.
All right, that's March Hagentai used car scandal.
Yes. How much money?
100 million Jamaican.
You hear these people? 100 million. And then in September, again, what nepotism and thing, right?
Nepotism, spectrum management, nepotism and
then
cronyism.
December again, Agintai again. How much that?
Debushing scandal. That's a 606 million improperly awarded right before parish council.
So let me tell you something about the money. Me a good Agintai. Most of the money I couldn't touch about the bank system. You have 3 businessmen in a St. Mary where the money they wash. It wash. Okay? Yes. Them know I couldn't touch the bank system. I know the money they not done yet, you know. You get them 5 spin over and spin over. Continue now. You can go 2017 now. Reverse 2017 now.
2017, that's the one I was with. Convicted criminal friends of board members granted license under questionable circumstances.
Remember the one day. And then
Junction Road, over 1 billion Jamaican.
Billion with a B.
Taxpayers' money have been spent. As of 2023, might have to be abandoned. That's the Junction Road.
Abandon that. You see them not talk about these things, you know. And then the grant of milk powder.
Grant of milk powder license and 15 acres of Mombasa grass and personal property.
Personal property. Over property this again? Asamuda?
Is that who this is? It didn't say. Ratty might know.
Me don't get asked, you know. Yeah, it's 2018, they just school.
I just happened to drive past a place and somebody pointed out a farm to me with some grass.
2018, okay. Petrodram, June 2018.
Yes.
Perimeter fence for 96.8 million when the actual cost was 27.7 million.
So the actual cost are 20 odd. So them with the money they chop gone, them chop it. Is a chopper government this, you know?
That's 70 million, them skim off of that.
Yes, them chop that gone.
Between December 2016 and May 2018, General Manager Grindley aided and abetted Chairman Badu Singh in fraudulently claiming several reimbursements amounting to US $73,620. So this is, I remember this is what caused him to quit or get fired. And he was operating from Maryland. He was doing no job from Maryland. How can you work in Maryland while you're general manager?
So that them people not get charged or nothing. The one of them I just pay this one, right? And continue.
Asia Corporation, which paid 27.5 million between January 2017 and December 2018 for financial consulting services, which could have been provided by its own staff. Right?
So the money that just stop.
This is just money there going out the door for nothing at all.
These are the administration who run these corruption and these money will pile up and them good. Continue, Herb.
Main Event Entertainment Group Limited paid 13.9 million retainer.
Entertainment Group what?
It didn't say, right? It was a retainer. And then Minister Wheatley resigns position as energy minister.
That are from Petrojam.
This is all Petrojam I would just discuss.
After the Petrojam thing blew up.
Yep.
And them man full of gas station now, don't it?
Yep.
They can't take interest better. You run the Petrojam thing and then you full of gas station and all kind of things. And
I'm glad our good friend is seeing this as an attorney, because he can see how easily there's money to be made on the outside
Yes.
But the problem is, at some point, you're going to have your government contacts to cover you. And this is what these people are doing.
So scroll down back to 2019 now. You pass it first.
Oh, I passed that one. That's right.
Get the 2019. So we just go 2023, you know. So 2019.
May Free Beach, 13.5 million. Vaz and Urban Development Corporation.
What?
Sell beach property. This is Moon. We call it Moon Palace.
Yeah. Yes. And then go on again.
So this Moon Palace Jamaica Grand Hotel for US 7.2 million.
Mm-hmm.
And the beach valued at US 3.5 million, given away for free.
Okay.
So they say
Herb is very intimately connected to this one here.
Yeah.
So Herb know about it.
Yes.
Herb know about it.
Because this is the start of somebody's political career in the other half of Portland. Came out of this here, you know. So again, you can see how progressive it is in Jamaica.
Wow. So
know the right people.
So go run and go in a government then, man.
Yeah.
Why sir encouraging me to be corrupt? I'm rejecting that.
I'm not encouraging you to be corrupt.
I'm rejecting that.
If you can make the money and turn around and use it for good, that's the difference.
No, that's Robin Hood. I'm not taking up that either.
You know, people they kind of wonder why is it that I sit it out and things like that. But what happens is that, look, at the end of the day, you know, you have to kind of like deal with the thing, you know, and so I deal with it a different way. Some deal with it a loud way, and some I mash up some of my little derricks, them, you know.
It's erratic.
Every Sunday night. If start out with my brethren, my brethren, over at the police.
Him stop be police now, you know. Him stop act as police.
You mean the modeler?
The modeler.
Modeler. Dennis Brooks.
Him start out with him. Then him go to Tom Tavares Finson. Then him go to Montague. Then him go to Vaz. Then him go to James. Then let me tell you something. One time, you know,
they're not talking to you anymore.
No, used to get calls one at a time, and because see, I can't read out them things here. Because I used to get calls and I used to know what was going on. But since Lonesome started with this nonsense, I know I don't get no more calls. It's like an information blackout. I don't know what going on.
I dry thought, man.
Nothing. The man, look, I invited a man who, you know, a certain man. And the man said, no, because you and Lonesome, my friend, and Lonesome take me on as a project. So I can't deal with you and Lonesome. Come on. Another man tell me flat out. Another man who would have come on the program. Him say, I tell you right now, you and Lonesome, my friend, but not coming upon your program at all. Never. Another man came and said to me, say, your friend Lonesome, I going like him want to kick my ass. Every relationship I have where I could have called, pick up the phone and call Murray and say, hey, listen, tell me something about Wagwan. Nobody attacked to me. Nobody.
So they were not your friends to begin with, because your friend, you see, friends don't let friends drive drunk, you know. And if they were your friends and they hear Wayne talking something and they know it's true, that should not hinder their friendship with you.
No,
yeah,
so I understand it's politics, but at the same time, you know, integrity. That should not hamper their friendship with you.
But see, like I would get something, right? And I just want to verify if this is true or not, right? And so these people are in the know. These people, let me write. So I say, hey, let me run something by you. Is this true? You know, and somebody would say yes or no, and then that's it. But no, I call and them say me no, but them say no, sir. So
in the interest of the country, and given the level of corruption, it's their loss, because you were also helping to hold them accountable, and they could still do it and somehow make their names look clean, even though many of them are involved. But it's their loss, and in the interest of it should be country over party and not party over country.
But you see what happened is that the leadership of that party, they've tightened the noose around the membership. So now people are looking over their shoulders right now because they don't know who's leaking, who's saying what, and all this stuff. So, and there are some technical wars being waged right now. So people don't talk on phones anymore. People don't do emails. People don't do anything. So, you know, that's it. But here's the thing. The thing is, we still going to get the information, no matter what them do. We're going to, because remember these people, if you want something to be a secret, only one person can know, and that is you. If another person knows, it's not a secret, right? And so we're going to still get information, and especially with the infighting and with I call it the day of political destiny coming up, which is election day. People going to talk, man. So they can redeem themselves by stepping down. They won't step down. That's Jamaica.
So we are holding accountable then, Ratty.
Yeah, I think that when him, the one you just mentioned, he was one of the few who's actually stepped down. Petrojam guy.
You talk about Wheatley.
He's one of the few who actually stepped down.
But they brought him back. They brought him back into Parliament. He never got prosecuted. And there's a ton of stuff wrong in that place. And there's monies that might have gotten down all the way to St. Lucia. Part of that slush fund for the elections. So, you know, first it was what, 8 million barrels of oil unaccounted for. They whittled it down somehow to 500,000. So you tell me, how can oil get up and walk out of the place? There's no way.
Cannot. And like Vernon said, they'll be singing like birds, because I'm telling you right now, the thing about it is that they're not very happy with, there is no widespread happiness with the prime minister. In fact, people would like to see him go. And I'm telling you, once they start seeing the poll, the closer they get to the election and see that they look like he's going to lose, they are going to abandon him. So, but what he should really worry about, I mean, I don't think he's really worried about the Jamaican people and what goes on in Jamaica. He's more worried about what's happening overseas. Because the US government, they know what he's done and what he's doing. They know. And so, you know, there'll come a time when he'll have to dance to the music. There will come a time when he'll have to dance to the music. So, and that's our job. That's our job over here. Because we know in Jamaica, it's unlikely. Yes, the people can vote him out, but if you really want to see him go to prison, it's unlikely that it's going to happen in Jamaica. It's more likely that it's going to happen here. It's more likely.
But hold on there, right again. More and more, he's becoming dead weight, you know, because there are so many corruptions, so many illicit things around just him alone and his wife, that more and more people are saying, no, we're tired of you. And even though they might be involved in illicit activities themselves, you know, just the fact that she is speaker, he is prime minister, all this is happening around them, he is becoming a liability to them.
So we can finish the work, Carl. Yarati.
No, and pretty soon the PSOJ, they're gonna abandon him. And once that decision is made at that level, that we no longer support, it's over for him. Don't forget that in 2016, the day after he won, early morning meeting, one of the first meetings he had, it was PSOJ. You know, with and you know who, interestingly, you know who was part of that PO? There were about 4 people: Azan, and a few other people. You know who was in that delegation that met with him early the morning after he was inaugurated? Dr. Nigel Clark was part of the PSOJ.
Because he represented separate, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
No, it was Musson Group.
Musson Group.
Yeah, so he was there. So if the PSOJ said we're not gonna support you, boss, time for you to go, he's gonna have to go.
It's funny though. The other day, them Muslim Group, right? And now Muslim Group I get $1 billion for carrying medical supply, right? Them I get boy, me I tell you, you know. Boy, I mean I know, you know. Where you
And don't forget the Muslim Group was one of the contributors to my favorite minister's effort for the
Secretary General, yeah.
This is the connection. Foreign Affairs Ministry, they're bringing things from overseas, connection, all kinds of connections are there.
Yes. So Herb, finish to the local roll call now. Cause the roll call out for done for the night, you know. I see much thing them are doing, you know.
Well, you have some other stuff.
2019 today.
Yeah, 2019.
CMU corruption.
CMU corruption. 50 million as school funds for personal use. The party boat, you know, they're supposed to have a official ship where the kids them train on, but it turned into a party boat. Royal Reed and Fitzpinnock.
Who? Royal Reed. So, well, for film case not done yet. So from them 2019, yeah, so. And now 2023, I got 2024, and I know film case can call up.
Can't call up.
But them call up Assat and put him on suspension in space of no time.
That's right.
That me I tell you, no people.
Hold on. My case is not a criminal case.
No, but me I gotta try to show you.
Hold on. My case is not a corruption case.
It's not even a case.
From my end.
It's not a case.
Okay, I sat, and therein lies the problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
And therein lies the problem.
Good. This now where you this a taxpayers man where you rob from the kids, them you rob from all of us, you know. You rob them education, you rob everything from them, you know. And you still people just go through and I say, hey, I thought because I didn't know the judge. So a conflict of interest. We have a conflict there, so because the judge can't try me, so put it out because me and the judge go same school.
Yeah.
Same school. That don't make no sense better. And then the government who down there, are straight down there, protect. And I go on, I know this man to get tried.
It's a shame, right?
It's a goddamn shame. Continue.
They had $76.8 million of unapproved salaries. Right?
What? Unapproved.
Yep. Unapproved. And then you
have
had
money appear, but it not approved. So these people should not go to prison for these things. Continue.
Nepotism, cronyism, 122 million each year for 4 officers.
That's 122 million.
That means they're hiring their buddies and their relatives. Traveling allowances for 119 students come up to $95.7 million. Right?
You hear this, man? Traveling allowances.
This is how them hiding the money. They're hiding the money and getting it out.
Oh.
Skimming.
Make we go 20. Make we go 20 now. We go 19, go 20. Go down there.
Okay. 20.
That's scroll up.
All right, I see.
Yes, 2020.
Okay. This is Chairman Joseph Shakir authorized an $11.5 million payment to Willard Hilton.
That's a
JT,
you know, and Willard Hinton. That's a snake dancer and belly dancer. But the monks Agintai, him put him down the name Transport Authority. And them, you know. You hide. Continue. Yeah, man.
Vaz, Minister with responsibility for land and environment, attempts to lease lands 7.7 acres bordering the protected Hollowell National Forest Park in St. Andrew to build a private cabin for 25 years at $120,000 per year.
Per year.
Yeah.
You can get that to pay for your rent for a month.
There you go.
And then that just take the land before that, you know, so that done gone. Continue, July.
Not to put out the tender totaling $55 million between December 2016 and June 2019. Market me contracts.
Who did this?
That sound like you're artist that
Christopher Tough, yeah man.
Yeah,
yeah man. DJ Tough Tongue.
Little cottage in the grill.
Yeah man, DJ Tough Tongue. So the money you just say, hey, a healthy living we are promote. Although some people at Jamaica eat dirt like worm. You know, man, like when some pregnant woman, you know, feel crave and go dig out the dirt. They must eat dirt like worm, none. And you promote healthy eating, you know. Healthy living when people don't have enough food. $85 million. This don't make no sense. Eh?
Crazy.
Yes, it is. Yes. Continue again now.
In July, J.C. Hutchinson signed over 1,400 acres of Holland Estate lands to romantic partner and son and got stripped of his Minister of Agriculture portfolio.
He must still minister right now, don't it? He must minister now again. So,
I think
but the Prime Minister, take him to him office and then give him some ministerial duty again. Continue. November.
Dry Harbor mining deal. Andrew Holness overturns the NEPA decision to not give Bengal Mining Company a mining deal. That's
2021, or at least a full.
Man, this is enough here. JUTC nepotism. 11 senior managers were found to be unqualified, and one employee's salary was raised 600% in 13 months. I mean, this is crazy without meeting the basic qualifications. Right?
Continue.
January again. One employee's salary raised 600%. Well, that we just covered that. March, JCDC nepotism. Trevor Nairn awarded $15 million for gala celebration. Procurement procedures were not followed; they were breached. September, Nutrition Products Limited nepotism. $143 million paid to companies and individuals connected to board members and management. 12 staff positions were not advertised, and 8 members did not have the proper qualification. Wow.
Continue.
October, NMIA/AAG First Rock. $450 million. First Rock stock purchase. Hutchinson was a shareholder in First Rock Capital Holdings Limited while serving on the AAJ board when she voted in favor of the AAG investment and failed to recuse herself in keeping with procedures of the board charter.
But remember, say, you know who sent over the money there? Agintai again, you know.
Is that right?
$3 million US. When sent from over there, Agintai, you tie up in everything, sir. Continue.
JCTE scandal, $124 million. Grace McLean, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, nepotism and cronyism. This is the one where them run the clock out on. Mr. Rattigan, very familiar with this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're still pressing for her to be charged criminally. This was the one that did the surcharge. They had the surcharge action against her, and they were supposed to bring it within 3 years, and they let the clock run out. But she can still be charged criminally, and then you bring the forfeiture action along with that to get back the money from her.
So who's is that the DPP supposed to do that?
Yeah, you mean for the DPP is supposed to do the criminal action along with help from the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education.
So
what with the surcharge action, the Ministry of Finance, Minister Nigel Clark, he stated that his ministry didn't get the cooperation from the Ministry of Education to institute the surcharge action against her. But then when I asked and said, okay, give me the facts, they said, oh, no, it's confidential. We can't talk about it. It's protected under ATI. But then the minister was out talking about it in the public. So now what we're saying, okay, if you want that action to go by the wayside, fine. But she's still, you can still be prosecuted for, I think the charge is malfeasance of office or something to that effect. But she can be charged criminally. And that charge can be brought by, if Integrity Commission, if they did the statutory declaration, which they should, they can bring that action, or the DPP can bring the action. But watch and see what's going to happen.
But they never indicated that when they exonerated her and put her back. I said
no. In fact, what she did, which was some people really bold. What she did was her lawyer, Mr. Champagne. What he did, he argued that the statute of limitations had expired, and the judge granted that. And then they said that they indicated that they're going to get her reinstated, and also that there might be a defamation lawsuit.
There you go, the big D.
But in the meantime, she's still subject to being criminally prosecuted.
So they play that game to intimidate people with defamation.
But before you continue, Herb, going back to Isaac's case, no, that's not a criminal case. The surcharge was not a criminal case. That was an administrative action. And you see, then we had 3 years. 3 years they waited and make it run out. Well, I don't even want to them make it run out. Let's just give it the benefit of the doubt and say it ran. But then the question is why? You have 3 years to bring the action to get back this money from this lady to pump that money back into the school system. And the 3 years just go by and that's it. So the money gone. But they can still get back. They can still prosecute her criminally, and whatever she has, them can put a lien, I guess. Well, let's ask Isat. Before you're gonna further her, let me just ask Isat. With Dr. Grace Martin, the surcharge action failed because of the statute of limitation. But I was told that she can be prosecuted criminally. If an action is brought against her, a criminal action, can then that action be supplemented by an action for a forfeiture to get back the money that they're claiming she, allegedly sent to this organization wrongfully?
Well, if she's found guilty in order to pay back the money, that would be the only thing. But who's going to prosecute her?
But you see, gentlemen, hold on a second, Wayne. You see, this is the thing we're saying, and so much corruption happening in Jamaica that needs to be prosecuted, and yet they go for a shiny object, which has no relevance to the kind of corruption that is happening in Jamaica. So now, the stadium light, as a matter of fact, it is permanent daylight on the level of corruption happening in Jamaica, from politics to business to the judiciary, all across the board. And while we have an appreciation for the judiciary and, operating within the confines of the law and doing what is required based on the Constitution, I have to say, the situation in Jamaica is a dire one. It is a dire one, because you cannot compare the ISAT situation with all these corruptions happening and tell me you come to that kind of conclusion, and you have these people over here doing things that they must be held accountable for. There are two laws in Jamaica, one for the people that look like ISAT and one for the people that live above halfway tree that don't look like him. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, this is scandalous, though. I mean, the amount of scandals I'm seeing here is ridiculous.
I wouldn't call it scandal, I call it criminality. These are people money now, And others, you know, like how you have some woman that come and them, what the scandal? What him go around there, son? She married, but she gone with a man, the scandal. No, them are criminality. This are taxpayers' money, you know.
Yeah, just taking money like that, willy-nilly.
Enough money.
Yeah.
Every year. And a matter of fact, there is no year from 2016. You know what? I come from 2016. If they ever get a little breeze, even get leave 2017 out of it, and then them start thief again 2018. Then they leave 2019 and make it look bad. Every year. Continue, brother. Every year.
But from continue, I feel left out of this too, because the diaspora gets scammed too, you know. You forget to them, they do a telethon around this time, and them collect a whole bunch of money in America, and the money went. And there are people in the diaspora who organize it, who have sent letters to the minister saying, please give an accounting. And up to this day, nothing. Money gone.
We're talking about Babsy Grange now, because she's the one who came up and do this.
Yes, man.
You're not close to Babsy, are you, Will?
No.
We
can't call it. But the money they gone, you know, the money they gone. No accounting. And people have been asking in the diaspora saying, where did this? And I think, how much was it again, Herb? It was a lot of money.
It was a lot of money, you know, because we come out in the millions of Jamaicans, if not maybe close to $1 million or more US. Right?
It was a lot of money they collected. I don't remember the exact amount.
And
but the money,
2 or 3 times they asked for money during the COVID period. So you go figure.
But
all right.
But you just got to touch the COVID period now, and the Prime Minister come out and he come like him know some crunch numbers on there, you know. Him thinks
you don't have a number for your crunch. You don't number for your crunch.
We write past slate. Don't want to write past slate and something. So we don't know nothing, you know. So
you don't have a number for crunch.
Aye. Ratty, you know? Ratty, aye. Give them over 100 million to 400,000, nearly 400,000. So I give him, we are doing something better than that. We are running it off for 400,000 for him. And when I say $100 billion, we are dropping him 100 billion. Because it's easier when we do it that we are help him out. We are give him a higher number and a lower money. And you still have the people that it end up that them get 250,000 each. I mean, I said for the the pandemic, nobody no get, enough people never get 10,000, you know. Enough to get 10,000. This is how the man lie. Andrew Owens are the liar that thing wherever walk the face of the planet, the earth. In the universe, the liar that's coming on with alien. But alien they don't know. Andrew Owens simply the liar thing.
Well, hold on. Don't forget to know that. Don't forget that between the IDB, the IMF, and the World Bank, Jamaica got loans totaling approximately $750 million US.
Yes, that's about 100 billion, you know.
And now we can't.
Again.
And we don't have no accounting for that.
The liar and the world's Prime Minister this in a humankind history. The history, listen. And the worst thing we ever see. And you have to tell him the truth. I sat just on one side, you know. And I read 2 comments. I said, well, we're offering fire going up on a Sunday, you know, so we're telling you know.
I learned so much. I didn't even know I didn't know all these things took place.
Well, that may I tell you. Well, I said, that's why it's good when we have panel like this and you know we hold them to account, you know. You understand? You want to finish up the roll call?
Yeah, let me do it. Now, Clarendon Alumina Production, a Belizean company, got 6-month contract which was renewed 5 times for $225,000. And they have Jamaica Customs Agency, $664.24 million in arrears for 3 private bonded warehouses.
You hear that, Tati? Private bonded warehouse. But when you send a barrel, don't move that. When you send a barrel to one of our hungry people, them are hungry like a dog, you have to fork out the money and pay for it. And you remember, you don't get no recession, you don't get nothing at all, no waivers. But private bonded warehouse can owe the government how much?
$664.24 million. That's only $335.76 million shy of $1 billion, right? I mean,
you have to pay. You fork out the people in the diaspora now. You have to pay every cent. And you sell a little perfume and them charge you 30,000 feet to clear it.
Yeah.
30,000, 40,000. Eh?
Yep.
This is how the country run, and them tell me say it run. Eh? It run down. Me say, Ratty, me see the little thing. They say the Prime Minister dance and make me what? He want F up in the place. Well, the tune is make me fuck up in here. And the pan him drift, and uncle thing I drift for him nose. Because when I try nose, I'm nose alone I drift. Like a sweet pepper. Just a drift, so. Multiplied by 10. Just a drift. Eh? It's bad, man. It's bad. The country can't run so. Eh? I'm about him to mash up. He mash it up already. And I say, I'm mash it up like him. I say, even now win. All right, I'm going to finish mash it up. We are talking about prison here too. Make sure. Continue. Yeah, Ratty, you want to answer something, you know, before we continue the roll call. So we answer Ratty.
No, what I'm going to say is that, let me say this carefully now. I am aware of, and I think Herb is aware of it too, of a file that was provided to a certain person in the diaspora concerning the PM, and there was supposed to be a filing, and that filing has been delayed. We have been given a good reason. I know the person is watching. We have been given a good reason, but this is supplementary information to what we have, or what has been collected already. And I do know that, I won't name the politician, but there are some things going on in the background. And let me just say this to the government, that the things that we're revealing now are the things that you've heard from, I don't know, over the last year, 2 years. They pale in comparison to some of the things that will be provided to the public later on. I think next year is going to be a very, very, very trying year for the government, because things are going to come to things that they felt that were secreted away and in the dark, they will come to light. And Herb knows what I'm talking about. I think you know, but you're going to know you're married, you're going to know. We're going to keep eyes at all tight, because we want to make sure so our brethren, you know, in them can't come to him, and you know, no kind of visit he'll get, because them can't visit we, you know, because we're in a different space. But I'm just saying that next year is going to be very, very telling, because a lot of stuff has been stockpiled, and so that's why when them have the big bash down at the Waldorf Astoria, and them get all of them billion and zillionaires, man, for go down there and do the and help out. And we know why that happened. Them not go down there just to press the flesh. Them go down there to make donations. But I can tell the people again, if them have 75 millionaires down there last week who gave $1 million each, none of them can vote. And if them, even if we say them are Jamaican, them can, it's only 75 vote. We can counter that easy. So when them approach you with the money, I can't tell you don't take the money, because you suffer and you need to feed the family and things. If I am only for a week, so take the money. But be an informed voter. Don't be a legacy voter. Be an informed voter. If you have to be a legacy voter, make sure say that everything that you want to take place in your community has or is taking place. If you say not now go on and you see a few things that move around now, them time of the year or just before the election, don't let that fool you. Don't let that fool you. So just issue a little warning to make them know, say, the worst is yet to come for them. The worst is yet to come. Because I'm looking at this, and some of the things that I know, they're not even on this list.
Mm-hmm.
So when you combine, and I'm sure you know to learn from that. This is not the comprehensive list.
Something on the list, because them have enough more. Them have many more. We are showing them, but we are showing them corrupted And him tell you, we're the best government. We're the best in them head. Me see dark power father-in-law Ratty. Now make a continue. Me see dark power father-in-law run out and say, "You are the best prime minister." Dark power father-in-law, behave yourself. Behave yourself. Look about your grandchild because dark power gone home. Him not there now. Just look about him and behave yourself. Yeah. All right. Stop your foolishness.
Somebody just mentioned, Megawatt said Waldorf closed, but they announced it, said that they had it was Waldorf, right, Herb? Yeah, I think it was Waldorf that said that they had the function last week. Yeah, they mentioned that. So unless they printed something incorrectly, but we know who went to the function. We know who went.
Herb, continue.
Okay, this one is Heart Trust. That a staff retreat at the Moon Palace for 5.6 million in December. That sounds like a Christmas party to me.
Hold on though, because remember 2021 we are talking at the height of pandemic now, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, if you have moved them money, number one, nothing shouldn't even happen in 2021. This is how the people them corrupted. This is when you have lock up people $200,000 for mask.
Yep.
But look what them are do. Look how much money I move. This is the same time September when the Prime Minister closed him account in a SSL.
Yep.
And put Crosby on board.
Yep.
Right, you know, so we don't hold back nothing, you know. That's not to watch your face.
I just have a question though, Mr. Rantigan, about so certainly if I were a politician, which I am not, and I would be unbothered with what you just said just now. Because if I'm spending my money, your vote is already in a ballot box, signed, sealed, and delivered. You only have to show up, you don't have to vote, you don't have to put your finger in ink. So how do you counteract that aspect of it?
Very, very easy. Because remember now, we're not only as One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. We're not just looking at Jamaica, right? We're looking at transactions that have taken place that impacted the U.S. banking system. And so you can carry on in Jamaica all you want. But when you travel, and I don't think the U.S. government at this point would even send an extradition order for some people because they realize what's going to happen. It's going to take forever. It's going to go through the courts. It's going to do this and that. Look at what happened with the guy down in Trinidad. He's still in Trinidad. What's name her?
Jack Warner.
Yeah, look what them want it, and look how long him down there. So them not going to do that. What them going to do, them going to just make you travel like them did with the guy from BVI. And then when you travel, then that's it. Them grab you and bang you up, and that's the end of that. Right? So, and listen, a guilty conscience needs no evidence. They know that they're guilty, and them know when them hear the things, them know that, hey, you know what, them brother, if them go over there, if we go, we are gonna have a problem. So even though we might think we have a vote locked or whatever, them don't know what we're doing here, and that's the problem. See, they know what people are doing in Jamaica, because Jamaica's small, and people know exactly what's going on. But you see, when you're outside of the country and you do some real work, they're not used to that kind of work. They're not used to it. And we already talk about some people say Waldorf Astoria not open, but what happened? They had a function there. I don't know if they open one section of it for them, because I know the CG, she has a whole bunch of links up in New York. So I don't know. The hotel itself might be close to the general public, but sometimes they open like a section for people. So maybe that was it. But we have some things. We have some things where we plan, and believe me, it's going to be frightening for the government because they've never seen this kind of organization. They've never seen this kind of thought process as to how to address corruption, because they're used to corruption being addressed in 9 days, and then that's it. Now they're realizing that you have a group of people who are not letting these things go. And these things, they're overseas. And guess what? These people, they have the ability to talk to our benefactors, to talk to the people who are supporting us. And like the Prime Minister said the other day, I have it written right here. He said Jamaica is a country. Wait there. Don't move there, Herb. Yeah. Him say, wait there. Jamaica is still a country that is receiving stuff from overseas, from people overseas. So that being the case, yeah, here it is. Jamaica is still a country that depends on foreign aid.
Yeah.
Jamaica is still a country that depends on foreign aid. So him know that once, and where we live in another place where provide that foreign aid. And where you think that foreign aid come from? That foreign aid is not government money, it's taxpayers' money. And if there's one thing you can do to get politicians of every stripe on your side, is to say, you guys need to look at the way the government is spending taxpayers' money. Look at how we're sending it to Jamaica and they cannot account for it. And we see them buy big yacht, big house, big this, big that. That will cause an immediate investigation. That is what I'm worried about, ISAT. They don't worry about people in Jamaica and start a lawsuit in Jamaica. I mean, that's for them. That's a little nuisance and a little bit of embarrassment. But when them hear say they have been indicted in the US or Canada or the UK, big problem. So stay tuned, folks.
More
yeah.
These people, right? Me play something yesterday, one of the day them, where Queen E, I tell you, when him that this Mark Golin, I say him are the longest, him and Deadman Mackenzie are the longest serving member of parliament. And then you have like Mike Kenway, where him are the oldest man on earth right now. Live longer than Matthew, 901. Very old. Right? Yes. And still an MP. No, him do this. See? Yeah, man. Them people, when they go into politics, them not have nothing. Nothing at all. But when you check them background, remember them at talk about them want to raise up here because them not have nothing, But when you check them background, them are billionaire, most of them. How them come by these money? Because them pay can't give them. Remember we did have Christopher Tufton on the program. And him said, listen, you think film pay where him get? Can't send him people to go to school. Not that him said.
We did say that.
Yeah.
But all them so rich. So I'm end up with rice mill or rice factory. Yeah? But if them not, me don't even understand. All them people end up so rich. The Prime Minister wife, don't she come out and say $800 million project in a trouble if she don't get a road cut? If she don't get a desirati?
Yeah.
$800 million.
Here's the thing. With the Prime Minister and his wife, there's no law that I'm aware of or regulation that says that the Prime Minister's wife cannot be the Speaker of the House. However, not because it's legal makes it right morally. And you have to ask yourself the question, why would she even take that? Because if they were truly morally upright people, they'd say, look, there's nothing that prevents it, but it's not a good look. The optics of it is just bad. So we're not going to do it. So you have to think that she went there for a purpose. And we're already beginning to see the purpose, right? With the Integrity Commission report, where now she's saying, no, it has to go here, it has to go there, it has to wait, it has to stop, it has to this, it has to that, right? Now we see the real purpose of what's going on over there. But if they were truly morally upright people, truly transparent people, she would have said, no, I even though I'm allowed to do it, I'm not going to do it because it's not right. It doesn't look right. It doesn't smell right. And therefore, because anything I do over there is probably going to be questioned in the light of the fact that I'm Prime Minister's wife. And so, we need to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Not even impropriety, just the appearance. And she didn't do that. And by not doing it, she has betrayed, I think. They have betrayed the true reason why she took that position. And we know.
Let me ask again. You have cabinet members and government, the Prime Minister himself, his wife. Them actively out there building and do all kind of things. That something must illegal about that. Because anywhere else, say can't some trouble is because it's up in get from nepotism, cronyism, and all kind of things, corruption.
But lonesome, it gets worse than that. Because remember, that up a lease flat, them use the people and property for apply for get the density
Not
permit.
alone a criminal act, you know.
Yeah, and they're supposed to build based on the actual piece of land that she owns or development company. They're only supposed to get about 60 something rooms built on it.
She reached 120.
They use the people and one of them end up with 70 something, and then they got a variance for 90. And as of the last time we did the program, she gone over 120.
Wow.
And some of the places where she get permits from, they're under the Prime Minister's portfolio. You can't make this up. You can't make this up.
So what the police do about this? What them call it? What them call a woman? Strike 5. Where fear office Strike 5 minerals. Where office name again?
DPP.
With our Santa with a shave no. Well, at Christmas and she want a lawnmower for run to our Santa. Yes, the DPP. Remember me I know eyes at you know. This one man I will on this.
You hear him call my name correct this time.
Yeah.
You hear him pronounce my name correct. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yes. So we don't want to victimize eyes at when them talk. But be honest, so when we talk, you know, we don't chat. We chat straight, right across. Because she, you know, say, a matter of fact, if them did send home this all like, then you have a problem here because he might do something and you have a different DPP and you have, you know, nobody has said this or that or not all. So you just, you know, the Prime Minister keep this woman out of the way. Keep this thing in the way. For them own benefits and good. Him surround himself with yes people for them can continue to rape the country of its wealth. And that them a do. By your trader station, by your all kind of things now, we're patriotic around here, you know. We're not business but we're going, you know. You understand? We're patriotic around here, we're all them accountable. No security.
Exactly.
Maria Herb. Me not say ice at you because you know say them are ice at like
and somebody asked a question, Leroy Cornwall, whether or not we have, you know, people living in the US can petition the US government regarding funding being sent to Jamaica and being diverted, you know, i.e. for corruption, used for corruption purposes. The answer is yes. So Herb, them say you want you finish up. Them want you finish up the thing.
Oh, okay. Hey, where's 2022 at?
You remember said it back. Look, Maria, look if you have 2022. I will send it back. But 2021, finish it up.
Okay. I think
finish 2021 and finish that.
Yeah, I finished 2021. But when I
2020, 18, 16, 2023.
You never finish it.
19, 17,
2022.
Yeah, and finished 2021.
To make it
2021 was the
Hard Trust with the last and the Moon Palace.
Yeah.
2022. I'm sending 2022 to you back. Hold on.
Yeah. I thought it might have been one of the other earlier ones you sent me.
No, see 2022. Yeah, I'm sending it back to. Okay. See there.
Look, I tell you what. You see this document. You see this document, yeah? This document, Marianne Herb.
Yeah.
If we should take this document and take it to Maxine Walters and the people over Congress who have oversight over the Caribbean, this is going to spell trouble.
Yeah, because I was glad to hear somebody said that Maxine Walters have the oversight for Caribbean, right? Because I thought it was the Jamaican lady, but apparently not. She have oversight on the Homeland Security, the Yvette Clark.
I'm telling you right now, if we should take this to Congress, there will be the questions will be asked.
Yeah, they will have to have a hearing, and I send it to Claire because that's the approach. We're gonna go down there together and we're gonna ask them, what's up with this? This is
Yes,
something
want to hear that. I hope them
because
hear what I go on, Hope them hear what I go on.
because you can't. I mean, I'm the chair of the board for crime and security. I can't ignore this, and neither can Clear. So we need
Go in
to,
2022.
and then we
Yeah,
know other stuff too.
But Herb, the
Yeah.
thing that I chaired the subcommittee for you, for the one I do every year, the last time I did it, all of those people showed up for that hearing the second day.
Yeah.
Maxine Walters, the lady from the VI.
Yeah.
There's another lady from I think Michigan. All of them showed up for that thing. So you guys, you have the links. So all you have to do is call the meeting.
Yeah, we do. We have a Caribbean caucus. We have the Black caucus, and we have the Hispanic caucus. We have all three, and we have the other one with the popular trio, one from New York, Michigan, and the other place. I mean, we have and we have Republicans too that we talk, because Republicans don't like this. They're gonna want to know why all this money going to waste in somebody's pockets, and there are no answers. They're gonna ask for answers. They can't keep giving money and thinking that they're hard up down there. The White House even would pay attention to this, because this reflects badly on the vice president. She's the one.
Look at this. Lonesome. Somebody I say you should have send you should have send them to Maxine tomorrow. You should have send the
Yeah, but
No,
somebody just
Black-
said
here's what
Mr.
happened
Trump
last
said to compromise.
No, here's what. No. But like Herb said, the thing about this is that the Republicans run the House right now. So if you bring this, if you bring this down there, there's no way she can avoid this. She cannot. I don't think she would anyway. But the fact that you have a Republican, the Republicans run the House right now,
Speaker,
and you bring this down there. It'll be a problem. It'll be a problem. But for the people who are asked why we can't do it tomorrow, because Herb and we have a group of people. We're in the preliminary stages right now, and we are this is something that we need not to hide, because I'm going to know is that we're planning to approach I said parliamentarians. We're planning to approach the U.S. Congress with this stuff that Herb is reading out and other things as well. And we want to go to the same committee that the Prime Minister met with last week. And we want to say, hey, he gave you one side of the story. Here's the other side of the story. Ask him to account for all of them monies here.
And that's the finance committee. Maxine Walters used to run that. And the Republicans run it now.
No, megawatt, believe me. This is something, this is them talk the business. Because they're not going to know anyway, because once you bring it to Congress, it will get back to the ambassador. They won't know. So, you know, hide things where in a plain sight. You know, you can't hide this. This doesn't make any sense. In fact, we want them to know, because what got now, them are going to have sleepless nights. Them can't sleep now when them so rotted. Them people are going to the people who actually support with. And them not going to for sleep. Not going to for sleep. And if this will cause one politician not to sleep, I think it's well worth it. Because the surprise thing, it can be a surprise, because once you go to Congress and things like that, it's going to filter all over the place that, hey, there were a group of Jamaicans who are here, and Jamaican Americans, and they're asking questions and providing documents, and then them going to know. And then that's when them going to have sleepless nights. Who want them start having sleepless nights? No, because some of these things are indefensible. They have no explanation as to where these monies went. The money gone. So then that will cause people, they would cause them to start look at the wire transfers, because people I only know of one Jamaican politician only one I know of who up to recently was a run with money in a bag. You know, only one. Everybody else use wire transfers and things like that. And once you make a wire transfer, then that's it. It's a permanent record. So,
well, take out the axe still. Ratty. Put the axe aside, because, you know, when big money around don't say, you know, some money can't touch but the thing. Some big boy have it and wash it. Herb, finish 2022.
All right. February, TPDCO AG report also found that there was no evidence that TPDCO conducted feasibility studies nor risk assessments for 11 projects that total a cost of 470 million Jamaican dollars.
Yeah, that's a TDP code. That's where apocalypse around. We know apocalypse, right?
Yeah.
See, right, apocalypse. Him will cut up the people them off. And a plan about, the people them have them bread and breakfast. Him want, I say them make money. Where same one going out. Him same one, man.
The Airbnb.
Yes, him same one. And then come in a paper, but him go talk and I talk about him want put him on the people them money. The beer than pay foolishness. Oh, you make a thing in a tourism. Senior tragedize, brother. What you do with him? And just waste some money, So when this administration where it do, it come and just create a spot and give you. It create a spot for Google Gaga. I'm telling him now, see advisor. Yeah? I said Google Gaga. Then when you done, you turn and you go pick him now and you take a commissioner seat. Because we don't have no commissioner in Jamaica. We have deputy commissioner, and then but we don't have no commissioner. We have a commissioner seat. And put him in a commissioner seat. Eh? That makes sense. It can't make no sense. Continue, Earl.
Okay. Here's your artist again. Ministry of Health. 13 million spent to retrofit hotel that was used for COVID for 1 year.
13 million for retrofit something. When you retrofit that, hold on. The hotel there with a bed, you are going to sleep in a bed. You know, retrofit your house. Or you retrofit the hotel for sleep 1 year. 13 million. That means you pay the hotel different, You pay for retrofit the hotel. With what? What them do? Line the wall with bag, with plastic.
No, you put up Starlink, KFC.
KFC. Okay.
Cheese by Marcus Living.
All right. Now,
after that, we're going to have to market the retrofit by me.
Okay, me understand now. But I must something like that with the money they gone. Hotel they going to hotel. A matter of fact, you remember them have a place down there with them and then them sanitize it down. 46 million for spray the bleach on the place. Down in a Ochi. I bear this thing, them people are going with it now. Continue, Earl.
TP Deco again. AG report exposed that 8 members. That is the AG, the Auditor General, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is the same Auditor General got an extension the same time that our DPP got hers. All right. So exposed that 8 members of staff unqualified for roles with salaries amounting to 31.3 million. Right.
People have money at you all about, Them and them friend. Continue.
Now this will make Mr. Rattigan stand up. Camilla Johnson Smith GSC campaign. Government expenditure of 43.9 million.
Waste of taxpayers' money. Government, Me not the private one there, Taxpayers' money. And if you go there, you want to do a business, government not give you nothing. Like that don't go when a voting time. Them promise it 4,000 one give you 2. And buy a piece of chicken. Not Kentucky
though. How this money dropping in the middle of all of this? I thought it was private or is it public? I was reading
the government spend that money, and then the public now they run together and give 99 million. 99,000 US. 99,000. So what them do is 100, them drop off something ratty. Because them don't want it. If it touch 100,000, well, it might have been something. Do something else. Right, Ratty?
The problem with that is that Fin Partners had it at 90. But I have all the documents. And by the way, people, go to the ojldf.org website. All the documents are there. Fin Partners started out with 99, then they went down to 70 something. I think they went up to 80 something. But here is a big problem with this. Here's a big problem. As a policy, the Jamaican government, if you're running for like an office, like it's an international office, they don't provide you with money to run a campaign. They will host a little party for you, depending on the circumstances, and introduce you to certain people. Like, let's say, for example, you're running for an international office and it's in Switzerland, and you just happen to be there in Switzerland. They can do like a little dinner, a little cocktail party, and invite all the officials to meet with you. But generally speaking, they don't give you money to run a campaign. In this case, they gave her money to run a campaign. And remember what the judge says in the Rattigan versus Kamina's case. He said that in one part of his decision, he said that she didn't do it as a public official. She did it in her private capacity. And then later on, he said, oh, she did it as a government official. So which one is it? And it doesn't matter, because if she's private or government, she's not supposed to get this money. This money that you just mentioned here. No. This money
she's supposed to find out what money, Batty, not the government.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. And guess what? Yes. And guess what? I happen to have, I won't name the person, but I happen to have information from a current ambassador who said that this is going to cause problems going forward, because if people in the Foreign Service want to apply for an international position, now the government is going to be forced to provide them with funding to run the campaign. Because they said, generally, we don't provide people with funding to run a campaign, because at the end of the day, this is a personal matter, because she's not there representing Jamaica only. She's there for representing 54 countries. It's an international position.
Yeah.
So they said, no, the government, generally speaking, does not do that. So this 44 million is a problem. It's a problem.
Mm-hmm. All right, sir. Continue, Herb.
NSWMA. AG report 5.5 billion spent over the last 5 years to third parties for work projects, but no procedures to ensure work was done. In other words, no oversight.
Right, hey, them a chop, I know. All right, let me tell you, with double the government is at, well, we dub it from the other day. Well, we could just anoint them again tonight. The JLP government right now is a chopper government. Them youth about them a chopper. Them can't chop money yet. Them may chop like 100, 200 billion a year. That a chopper government. Them a chopper government. Yeah. Them a real chopper. Plus them a chop land in a ratty. Them a chop everything.
Well, and don't forget, that the AG put out a report, and it's just, I'm encouraging our people to read. Go on the website for the Integrity Commission, and go on the website for the Auditor General. You'd be surprised at how much information is there. Because I have a friend now, an acquaintance in politics. I never know this man was investigated by the Integrity Commission for some serious things and some chopping thing and all of that, and them fine him, right? But the AG also put out, going back to the Ministry of Health and Wellness, they put out a report saying, I think it's like 75 million unaccounted for.
Wow.
Procedures weren't followed and the money gone. Procedures, and then the excuse that the ministry says, like, oh, it was COVID, and so it was an emergency, and so we just had to do. And I said, no. This was not an emergency of the type that you couldn't have gotten invoices, and you couldn't have gotten this, and you couldn't have gotten that. And they wrote them up for it, but you don't hear nothing. Nothing you hear about it. Money gone.
And the slackness Jamaican style. Every major contract is supposed to have an accountant assigned to it to keep track of payments, to keep track of losses, to keep track of so many different things that impact the project and can cause cost overruns. And people in the audience know this. There's a lot of bright people that have been saying all the right things tonight. And this thing with contracting is ridiculous. You know, Jamaica contracting Jamaican style will send any country broke. But it's gonna make individuals rich and influential. So what we got? Next one was November. This is interesting. Green Acres Police Station, 73 million spent to construct the police station on flood-prone lands. Now, that's just like if you go somewhere and it floods all the time, you'd think that they would know about it. If they do the soil test, drop that ball on the soil and see how much it sinks, they would know it's a flood-prone area. So, who sold them the piece of land? Who made a profit from that? And how did they manage to build a police station in a flood-prone area where you might not even be able to get into the police station, or you may have prisoners drowning in the damn jails?
All right, so make I tell you something about that now. So, Crab build it for himself. Remember, I did catch Crab and the people didn't take a Crab and Crab get and mash up the place. Dr. Crab build it for himself. Dr. Crab. Yeah, the security minister, Dr. Crab. So, he build this for himself. Says it flood out. Now, them I use 70 million to correct that. 70 million, you know. Not drainage and nothing. And you know, I charge the company them and build it and say, no, it's supposed to have it drain if me a bill and I spend so much money. If you look a box thing, you know, just go up. Let's look a 4 corner box thing. Then them just part of simple bill. Simple made, man. Yeah? And them want use 70 more million to correct that. It don't make no sense. Them people are chop money left, right, and center. Chop money left, right, and center. Continue.
Okay. Then you have here in October, J.C. Hutchinson again, conflict of interest. Second nepotism charge is influenced in the award of state contracts to a company owned by his son. I mean, it is what it is.
But he's still a minister right now. After this, he's still a minister again.
Yeah.
You see me until I say, Andrew, well, him can't tell me nothing, you know. Can we play 100 days and just remind him? You understand? Pan the earth strong are the great Joshua Manley. Me will play your thing because when Joshua talk, him talk for the nation builder. Not for party, but for the nation. And for the nation kids and for the nation, the people. Okay? Continue.
Okay. And these cronyism at Ministry of Works? Absence of formal contracts valued over 400 million. I mean,
you Maria, them the contractor with them, you know, from hundreds of millions, you know. Now, yeah, Maria.
Yeah, so you see, it's not a money issue that Jamaica has. It's a corruption problem. The theft of money is the problem. Because if all this money was put into the infrastructure in schools, in hospitals, police stations, fire departments, Jamaica would be a wonderful place. But all of this money, all you can hear is $400 million there, and we haven't even talked about Cornwall Regional. That in itself is another debacle right there, you know? So it's not a money problem Jamaica has. Jamaica has money. Then it's the theft of the money that is the problem.
Money management. Yeah.
Continue.
What we need to point out to is that they've been asked questions about a lot of these expenditures or disappearance or malfeasance, and the excuse that they've given constantly is COVID. They've said, "Oh, we didn't follow the protocols because of COVID," and that's the excuse they've been using.
And that is crap, because the whole country did lockdown, Ratty. Them not remember, it's like ghost town. So what kind of protocol them that did if you follow? When you know them are charge people 200, but them come choke people with masks with $200,000. When minimum wage was 9,000. Me can't wrap my head around that, you know. Me can't even think about it. Can you imagine you are work for feed you know you have some mother them alone and then them have 3 youth, 4, 5 youth to feed with $9,000 minimum wage and them go to the road for you know do a little thing for make a little money and you hold them never have a mass you charge them 200,000 all them pay it them not have no bank account or nothing. These are the government where you have Jaconian government and you can't go around it at you.
And then see somebody, Uriel, ask about PIOJ money. I'm still waiting for them, Uriel, to give me that information. They asked for an extra 30 days, so I think they have like 25 days left to send me. And I expect to get like a room full of documents because I've asked for documents going back to 2016. And I've asked for documents evidencing technical assistance, loans, and financial grants. So Uriel, I think I might have to need you. I think I'll need your assistance to go through all them papers there to try and figure out what is what, and then compare it to the annual reports to see if the money's add up. Because I'm sure I have a funny feeling that they don't, and that one is going to be a huge problem for them because now what you're talking about is donor funds. That's a problem. Because we know that for donor funds, that I have a link in Jamaica who explained to me how the donor funds thing work. They said once Jamaica, the politicians know that a big sum of money coming in, them form consultancies, or them revive consultancies, or them get them family members or friends to set up consultancies. And then when the money come in, them say, oh, we need to do a study. So for example, the money would come in to do, just for the sake of conversation, money would come in to say, we need to set up a program for inner city children. They'd say, we need to do a study on that. And I've been told that as much as 7 to 80 cents out of every dollar is spent on administrative costs. Not the program, on administrative costs. So you're looking at 20 to 30 cents per dollar spent on the program. Think about that. Just think about that for a second.
Criminality. Not nothing but criminality, Ratty.
Yeah. You get $100 to set up a program and 78 gone. And only 30 or 20, between 20 and 30 get to spend. So you have to ask yourself, how effective is that program going to be? Because the money cannot reach where it's supposed to go. And they know that some of these agencies, some of these U.S. agencies particularly, they know that they have what they have. Then when they submit the budget every year, they say, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. So they itemize the programs. So they have to give the money. And a lot of them, they don't exercise oversight because they say that's POJ's responsibility. So if POJ comes back to them and say, yeah, we exercise oversight, the money is spent. There's nobody going back to look to see that the money was actually spent. And the U.S. government, some of these agencies, they give the money because they're required to give it because they said they're going to give it. And guess what? If they don't give it, then for the next budget cycle, that money gets cut out of their budget. Them don't get it. You didn't spend it, it's gone. And you can't ask for it next year. So they spend it. And then some of them have requirements where they have to check a box to say, okay, we're going to give X amount to this country. We're going to do this for the. So it's in their annual plan. So they have to satisfy that. So for a lot of them, it's just checking a box. We said, okay, we're going to give 50 million to Jamaica for inner city children. Okay, fine. Give them the money. They check a box. So when they go now for their budget, when they go now for the next budget cycle, they can say, we satisfied everything that we said we were going to do. But the question is, did they exert oversight? And if they didn't, who exerted oversight? It's POJ. And then PIOJ. And when you ask PIOJ, what did you do? They really can't, a lot of times they can't tell you. They cannot tell you. Because what they do? They give the money to the agencies and the agencies report to them and said, okay, the money was spent. That's the oversight. So there's a lot of corruption going on here. A lot of corruption. So Uriel, stand by. Because I'm going to come to you if you come help me go through some of them documents. Because there's a lot.
Yeah. Hey, Ratty and Wayne.
Yes.
Maria. I'm just highlighting this because Wayne is talking about in this thing the Disaster Risk Management Act and some.
Where the Herb? You make a video. Where are you?
Huh?
Herb, you look like you make a music video with Lonesome Night, man.
No, but I'm talking about the Disaster Risk Management Act. What them do with all that fine money? Over 100 million or more in fines.
Yeah, that they fine the money. Them just we don't know what them do the money there, you know. That them take so much money from the people, them it's unbelievable.
And you see, here's the problem though. Whether it's the disaster risk management fines or the road traffic fines.
And the Disaster Risk Management Act, you get fined on that. So so we don't know what them do with that money there. Them chop it to, you know, because we not them not tell me how them money they spend and what them do with it.
But I said, do you know any idea where that money go to?
These figures are so big. I didn't even know the country had this type of money. So I'm shocked.
Exactly, Isaac.
I can't tell you because at every juncture, the conversation is we don't have the funding to do this or we don't have the funding to do that. So as I'm hearing the figures, it kind of makes sense why, you know, every opportunity people get, they want compensation. So they'll find you monies to just make money. It's interesting.
Because
by the way, people, listen, we have a drive going on over on Reggae Global Radio, RGR. Just go over there, go to the main page, and go down to the bottom, and you see a tip jar down there. What we're doing is that for those of you who don't know, that we believe that the punishment that they've meted out to our brother Isaac, we believe it's very, very excessive. I don't know if he wants to talk about it, but they've essentially asked him to close his doors. They've suspended him for 2 years, and they've fined him $500,000. And the whole purpose of that is just to have him bend and break. And we cannot allow that to happen. So I'm asking, and KFC too. So I'm asking all of you to go over to Reggae Global Radio. They have a fund site set up. Just scroll down to the bottom of the page when you sign on to Reggae Global Radio and make your donation. And for those of you who tried to make the donation last night and didn't, you can do it tonight. You can do it tomorrow night. It's going to stay open for some time to come. So please, don't make the money burn a hole in your pocket. Just go over there and make the donation. Thank you.
But Ratigan, while we're on this subject, I have a question for you. In all your research, right? Looking at various corruptions coming out of Jamaica, what can you point to that equates to what Isaac did and the punishment that has been meted out to him?
Okay. It's an amazing thing that Isaac was always, at least on my program, he was there, and I'm saying it's our program, our meaning people's program. And he was always there talking about punishment should be commensurate with the crime. Right? He talks about that all the time. Punishment should be commensurate with the crime. So you ask yourself, what they did to him, was that commensurate with the so-called crime that he committed? It wasn't a criminal action, but just for the sake of the conversation, crime. Was that commensurate? And the answer is no. And I'm not the only person saying no. There are people of eminence in Jamaica, in the legal profession and otherwise. They have made it abundantly clear that the punishment exceeded what he did. And they've drawn parallels to people, lawyers who have done similar and worse things, and they got off with seemingly lighter sentences. So the question is, why then are they? It would appear that they're making an object lesson out of him. They're saying, we're going to put him in his place, because it just doesn't make any sense to put him out of business for 2 years, and then you say, okay, why? And it could be a number of things. I personally do not believe, and I'm not really second guessing them, but I don't believe it had I believe it had something to do with the statement that he made, but I think it's more than that. I don't think it's just that.
It's political motivated. So them just add up everything, Ratty. Number one, you know, them, she and him. One little statement. I'm going to show you why political motivated. Because, you know, them have thin skin too, you know. You have a speaker of the house, a former speaker of the house. Tell lie, you know, about waivers and everything. And then we think them that come in now and say yes, because if you do this and that, we not tolerate this and you're a liar too. So we're going to put it on suspension too. You have court for go. Plus, you have Richard, we all selling people, them place sell Richard from Montego Bay, the same speaker. We have all of the papers, so you know we come and talk. The whole of them know it front of them. In front of them. And then she come and do these things, and then she throw all rubbish. Let her go. She do everything, and you know, come and say, make me deal with fair case away because you should know a better woman. You are speaker of the house where people look. No, but you come now, and you come and take a song, and then because Isaac over them side here, you come and say, all right, we're going to punish him. Political line, man. Political thing.
Yeah, vibing with the natural. You're vibing with the natural, and you have Antim Kangal and a few other people. And I think you know, they make a good observation that ISAT was the attorney of record for the Kamina Johnson appeal. And so by suspending him, then right after that, Nationwide Radio came out with a thing. A couple of days ago, a friend of mine sent it to me saying that now that they've gotten rid of ISAT off of the case, I am basically in a quandary. I'm running around trying to figure out who am I going to get now to represent me.
But you said what me said long time, yes.
And I never talked to Nationwide Radio, but they came up with that.
And remember to call them by them right name, Mouthpiece Propaganda Radio run by Big Mama. Yes. So me just call them by Big Mama run it. Mouthpiece Propaganda Radio. Buyout radio. You owe 54 million in a taxes. 53 point that. Because I remember I get the paper from in there, you know. I'm sure. Yeah? And the government not do nothing. When artists did owe less, them take with them Hummer. Yeah? But more piece can owe 53 million. We only have 54 million in our taxes and go around and do foolishness. It's an archery.
Yeah, but see what happened?
Yes.
See what happened with it is that
man.
Two things. God no sleep and mama no raise no fool. And that's all I'm have to say. And so that's what I told the people. I said, listen, you know, don't worry about Isaac. Isaac's going to be fine. Don't worry about me, I'm going to be fine. And don't worry about the case. The case is going to be fine. You know, that's it. That's all we have to say about that. The case is going to be fine.
That's another thing, Isaac. Did you have staff? And what about your staff? How are they doing?
Oh, naturally, they have to find. They'll have to find work. They're not doing good. That's just the reality. But based on what I've seen on Twitter, they're happy that those persons are without work. And I didn't hire any white people. I didn't hire any out of anyone. So it's only black people affected by it. I'm being genuine and sincere when I say this. I was tried by a non-black panel, completely non-black. So not by my peers, which I understand, and I appreciate. I appreciate that I'm a Negro.
But hold on, Isaac. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let me ask, and some people are asking, say, we loan some. Them say we need to sue Nationwide Radio. I have to talk to you after the year about that. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
because people want that to happen. But in a country of 93% black people, how is it possible that you could be tried and sentence imposed on you by a non-black group of lawyers? How is that possible?
I don't think it matters. Like I said, I was called to the bar in 2017. Albeit I don't associate with the bar, so it's well understood.
What's the composition of the bar? Racial composition.
The racial composition of the bar is as in the bar association, because the bar is made up of attorneys, which majority is black.
Okay.
The bar association is made up of so the same person who prosecuted me, his partner is the president of the bar, and so it's a tight knit group.
And what's the racial composition of that?
Of what?
The tight knit group that at the GLC.
No, and it is black, predominantly black.
So how did you end up getting a group that's mostly non-black?
Well, it matters not to me.
No, but it matters to us, because we are saying
why I said matters not to me is like I said, whether they were black, whether they were white, I was not ever accepted at the bar.
I know, but
that's important to understand that it is more so elite than even the reality.
No, I understand.
It's a system at play. It is the system that is in charge. That's the system at work. I said correct.
That's correct. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, but here's the problem I'm having though. The problem I'm having is that the system is at work, but how do you end up getting a panel? How many people on the panel?
Just three.
Yeah, 3 people, right? What are the odds of you have in a place where you have 93 or 96% black people, and then you get adjudicated by a panel, and you have 3 non-black people there? And I understand what you're saying, Isa, that it for you're saying, look, them just not like me. So it really matter if it's white or black, them just not like me. But I'm looking at it like, well, how is it that you end up with such a panel? I mean, you need to play the lottery. I think
no. You see, that's why what I know is I like to separate the judiciary from the non-judiciary.
Mm-hmm.
So when persons who are trained as judges, you don't have to walk away worried about implicit bias and bias and impartiality. You don't feel that way. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
What so as I always say that where the justice system is concerned, it is the court that you want to get to. And I'm fine. When I want to say I'm fine in terms of not shocked by the result. People always say, why did you plead guilty?
You didn't plead guilty.
I didn't plead guilty. I said I'm not contesting it. It is pointless to defend the indefensible, because no matter what you say, there is a narrative. I've been, especially when you have media pushing narratives. I was on a TV station at one time. I never call one Jamaican monkey. But every time I go on the internet, even for this, it says I call Jamaicans monkey. I never did that. Like if you go on the internet, even in the judgment, they said I use the words, and if I didn't use the words, I adopted it. You find that I adopted. The aptitude and the intellect to come to that decision is beyond my understanding. It offends the Queen, it offends the King, it offends the English language. But I am just one little nigger boy, and I'm humbled by it, because as I said, my moral compass is what caused me to apologize. I didn't need anybody to correct me. That's my personal compass. I just
okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. And which it leads me to this segue about what Michael Manley did in the 70s as it related to education.
Yes,
and the pushback. Yes, and the pushback he got because the elites did not want the children of the poorer class and the inner city and the lower class to be in the same schools with their children. And so your situation in 2023 is kind of reflective of that. Who is Isaac Buchanan to be in the same space as many of their children and their relatives. And, you know, it is sad that we have to look at it from that perspective, but that's how it reflects from me looking at it right now. That's how I read into it. And also, when you look at the level of corruption happening in Jamaica, I consider what you said is your freedom of speech. You didn't say it in a court of law. You weren't in your role as an attorney, so you attacked somebody and you said that to their no, that was your freedom of speech. One may not like it, that's understandable, but to, you know, come at you the way they did points to a greater problem in the Jamaican society, where who is this ISAT who has been to the Privy Council? Many of them have not been there. So who are you? Given your history, your experience, you have made your own mistakes. Who is this Isaac Buchanan to have done all these things and still be rubbing shoulder to shoulder with people of the upper echelons of society? And so they're going to humble you and put that little black boy back in his box. That is how I read it.
I remain in my box. Trust me, I don't rub shoulders. I guess the only way you're going to get the poison is through KFC, because I would never go to your parties. I would never eat. I would never drink from you, because I know I know how you feel about me. I really am genuinely saying that I experience serious trauma going into, if I was to describe, I went into the dungeon of that building, around the back, down the stairs, in the back, in a cellar, and the president of the panel was a white woman who, when I read her judgment, she was unbothered by statements about expressing my trauma. I was tried like November 4th last year, when I was accused by the DPP because I requested the phone, and many charges were held against me. I was found not guilty for everything that she accused me of, and in the media now they're saying that this is the second time when I spoke the truth. And they were unbothered, and they put the narrative how they wanted. They were aware that I was to leave on the 6th of December, and they suspend me on the 5th, notwithstanding that I spent money and they were aware of it. They're unbothered by it, and they said that, well, as you said, who am I to be going to the Privy Council? But I will say, the man with the mind govern those who labor. They always say that. And I am not trying to rub shoulders. I'm not trying to be better than. I know who my grandfather is. I know who my father is. I know where I come from. I know what's my mandate. I know my humility, and I know who I serve. And I always say, if you the least among us, if you don't have compassion and respect for the least among us, the result will be what happens to Isaac every time. So I'm completely.
And the thing is too, you know, we have to appreciate the impact that this has on little black boys and little black girls in Jamaica. Because if they can do this to you, what will they not do to them? You know what I'm saying? And they go to school and they work hard and they go all the way up to university, but they will still not be considered, you know, valuable in that society, and it's a predominantly black society. And it's unfortunate what has happened, but it also reflects the level of bias, political interference at all levels of society, in the different institutions. And like I said before, it is permanent daylight on the level of corruption that is happening in Jamaica at every level. And this that has happened to you is not going to be a 9-day wonder, because there are other things that are happening that the DPP needs to be paying attention to, not your freedom of speech. It may not have been what other people would have said, but that's fine.
To be fair to the DPP, she had nothing. She's not the complainant. She didn't participate in any of this.
But I said she has power to let a case disappear and appear and disappear. She could have said something.
No, the point I'm making is a lot of moving tools. I would have heard of.
So let me
tell me something like that though. Tell me something though. But so is not she report you to the legal counsel?
No. I'm not here defending her.
It's not she. So
no.
that me tell you now. So you see the link now, Rattigan and Marian Herb. So you know, like it's political. And your propaganda radio come and I tell you, you have to run up and down like chick now, and I look for legal counsel for represent. This are just them plan.
Yeah.
All of this are just them plan.
They might catch themselves so they're defending their honor, right?
Oh.
And I mean, she blacker than any one of us on this panel. And she, I'm sure, have been the ridicule of the same people that they claim now they're going to defend their honor by impugning ISAT the way they did.
No, that is just a springboard because I tell you, say Big Mama behind this, the whole of them behind it. And now that me, Bailey already accused him, like drop word pan him, Bailey.
Yeah.
Bailey. So it's a thing where them up in the police station, me hear them. Me hear the DPP drop word pan him too before. So them like them say, me never get arrested yet. Bailey. Me hear him. Me do an interview, me hear him drop him word pan you.
No, I mean I've seen this slide in the Observer who they set it out nicely. I after that I said, I should have backed the Prime Minister with NIDS, and we should have collected all the information and make everybody closets public. Because when the Observer went and said, yes, when he was 17, him get locked up with drugs and he paid this.
So on.
And this is the fourth conviction. And they played issues. And I said, wow, why are you telling the public that
you don't say something.
This is a conviction?
I said, no say nothing yet. I just knock you back with that now because you say 17, you get locked up. Look on this now. Watch this now. Look on this. Yeah, this is WikiLeaks. Yeah. But me concern, and this is 2004 cable watch. Just the other day I said, not 2000. In 2004, Robinson was named along with the fellow JLP members, Shiny Robinson and Udis, Arias Chang, as being involved with money laundering and organized crime by local sources, according to DES sources. He was involved with Namad. See them call the name Namad. Kingpin. Yeah. Drugs Kingpin awaiting deportation to US. The source alleged that Robert's father, Ishmael Robertson, was forced to hand over acres of land to settle his son drug debt. Them people are not minister and all kind of things in that place. We are telling you are 17. Them are people. Well, them are minister and them are this and that. Them have nothing over your brother.
Let me just say this, man.
Yes.
I've been on many programs.
Yes.
I always take this opportunity to make this clear. I did my time, all of it.
Yes. Them not do none
yet.
yet.
I am the one who told them. I got my clean police record because my conviction expunged, and I told them, which you are to do if you have any integrity. You are to declare. I have no secrets. I always tell people about my conviction. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not embarrassed about it. It's not a tool that you can. I'm just trying to make clear of something. You cannot say anything about my convictions to me that's going to make me feel less. It is my past. It shapes me. It makes me who I am.
Good.
It makes me understand about prison conditions. It makes me appreciate that when my client says I am innocent, I take a second look and say, I believe you. When other people say they can't, I don't judge people. Well, I might 1 and 2 times call out people when them ugly, but that's probably the most. But outside of that, but that's so. It's, I'm just saying. All right, but I might do that. I'm guilty of that. But outside of that, I have no problem. So when I see people catching a sissy fit to say, "Oh, you're a convict," as if people can't reform and people don't rehabilitate, and then the misinformation. One of the reasons why America is the greatest country in the world is I'm a product of their prison system, and I became a lawyer. Show me other countries.
Show me a Jamaica system now.
Show me in Jamaica where you lock up a man and he gets the type of ambition to do right. There's nothing. Listen, I have self-check integrity. There's nothing somebody can do or say to me that would let me do something to end up in prison. I just appreciate that. I will never go back. Save and except for my colleagues would have decided that I should pay a fine of $500,000, and if I don't pay the fine, the result is the same colleagues would do an enforcement order and cause me to go in prison.
Yes, Isaac, because they're trying to humble you.
So believe me, I ensured to make sure that I am not mentally destroyed with the thought of prison hanging over my head. I immediately paid that fine. So it may very so that's the thing that I made sure I did, because I know when people dislike you, they will do things to take your freedom. So there are significance to everything that happens, and I understand what it is, but the man with the mind govern those who labor. I'm happy that there are other attorneys out there who understand what it is to help poor people. I'm sorry that the majority of cases that I have where these persons cannot afford legal aid, cannot get legal aid because of because they're convicted, they're accused of drugs, that they might not have lawyers, and yes, there will be delay because their trials won't proceed until they find an attorney who will assist them. And also, just there's a difference in terms of believing in people and finding justice for people. And I just hope that I'm down but not out. And the message I got last night, and I thank the overwhelming support on Will's show, that it is God and time. So I'm not bitter. I'm actually happy because I am still alive.
But you know what? I thought, sorry to bother you this. Sorry to stop you a minute. But you never get convicted in Jamaica.
I did though. I did when I was 17.
17.
Record sealed, yes.
And you get that expunged.
It's expunged, yes.
All right. That's from the expungement where Mark Golden come in with 2014.
It was before that.
Okay.
Before
Okay.
That. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think God, me know, so them come in with that thing they were automatically gone, and you know.
No, so I know we're going to talk about that one.
All right.
We'll talk about that one.
All right. Good. Yeah, man. But as I said before, though, you know, when them run up and say this and that, and yes, still so much thing what them do, and them involved in so much thing. Look how much money we just talk about. We're gone. But them who in Jamaica, the big boys, them don't go prison, you know. Them politicians don't go prison either, you know.
Yep.
So all the money we chop, see, them have rural walk up and down him at the farming. In their country, the farming, buy new van and the farming, ratty. Rural greed at the farming. I'm not a fucking the one go carry people go to court for money, more money. No, not a trial. Only in Jamaica. That not make them the guilty or something.
And nothing happened to Wheatley, nothing happened to Grace McLean, right? I mean, you can go on and on. And look, there are other attorneys out there before ISAT who got caught tampering with their clients' funds, and the fraud squad had to step in and deal with them. How many of them are in jail today? Sitting in jail today?
No, I got jail. Not so easy.
You know, I mean, what we need though, Isaac, is a survey of the GLC, especially when look at Dalrymple case.
You know, let me get an next case. Hold on before you move Dalrymple. Well, let me get an next lawyer now, please. The one named Patrick Daly.
Yeah.
The ultimate thing happening in a female house, and him not here. Him just talk to the man now, and then by an hour, I'm going to sleep and wake up by the next hour and a half, and the man dead in a female house. No breaking. E.T.
But Mr. Bailey is disbarred though, so why?
No, I'm not talking about that. No, me I say him not go jail, nothing at all. Me I'm gonna try to show you how things happen. If a man dead in my yard and me can't tell police so him dead. Much as in my house, a man lock up in a your house. In a your house, that's so. And you in the same house. No breaking or nothing. And him dead. Police are even busy about you. You just get bed rest by a doctor. Depends on your UFA lawyer, if you was the Prime Minister lawyer or something and you're well connected. Then you're back, Brad.
Yeah, but so here's the thing though. We shouldn't complain that the system works, you know. Because nobody should be going into those dirty prisons, that nasty thing that they call prison system in Jamaica. So yes. when they don't go, it's because the conditions aren't
I get to you never go.
Yeah, it's not conducive for human detention. That's one. Two, yes. These people are cloaked in the presumption of innocence, and until the police officers do proper investigation that could mount to probable cause to lead to an arrest, rightly so, the man can sleep and go and take his medication, if it's even Panadol, and get a good rest. You're not supposed to be stressing people like you. That is it. No, what I'm saying is what we should be asking is for people like me and people like for the non-elite to be treated with the same respect as the elite. But what has happened? No, that is why even now we have what I think is so unjust is Jean Panton. She has her medical conditions and she can't get bail. People are always upset with me when I say that, but it's because she's an elite and they need to make an example, so it appears that they are treating everybody equally, but that's not the idea and concept of equal treatment. Respectfully, bail is bail. Yes.
But Isaac, the same system, and I understand what you're saying about not putting them in the same system, but they wouldn't think twice to throw you in that very same prison that none of them have been to. Wait. None of them have been to. And on top of that, if one of them goes to prison, they will fix the system. No. Just one.
Well, that's the thing. It's not gonna happen. So it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Me saying it confidently that is not gonna happen is in the context of why I know that Jamaica is in trouble if we don't have the Privy Council. And that's the last thing I will say on that matter.
So Mr. Rattigan, everything falls in your lap, sir. You have got to get one minister named Johnson in behind bars to show that there's equality after all. You see?
Well, you know, if you follow Nationwide, I'm running around now trying to find a lawyer to make sure that is the case. So I'll keep running around until I find a lawyer.
But that you see that media, they need to sell papers, and you are a hot topic.
Yeah, but you can't make up a story though. That's
and you can't get me to sue Nationwide because they made sure they put up a nicer picture of me than you. So I'm good. Whatever they're doing over there, they pay much respect to make sure that my pictures look good. And people don't read anyway, so the photo is what do it. So I'm good with the media, right across.
Well, and then I'm just gonna run around. I have to find somebody. So. but the funny thing is, I don't feel like, and I don't look like, and I don't think like somebody who's running around trying to find a lawyer. So, and the good minister must know that that because no, the fight is not just it was never personal. It was all about compliance with the law. And so now the good minister must know that it's gone. This issue is bigger than both of us. This issue speaks to a much larger issue regarding good governance. And I don't know how she can live with herself. People say, "Oh yeah, they do it," but normally they use the word alleged or allegedly when they talk about actions or the conduct of a politician or anyone. They use it because they say, well, person is innocent until proven guilty. Well, yeah, that might be that would have been the case if I had heard that she did something, or if Herb had said, "Hey, what, my neighbor's grandson, uncle, auntie, tell him that this is what happened," and then I say, "All right, yeah, I'll take up the lawsuit." But when you have documentary evidence, and when I say documentary evidence, you have it from all sides. You have it from the U.S. side, the Jamaica side. I mean, at that point, I'll maintain, and I said to people all the time, don't take my word for it. The documents are on the website, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Let me just make a pitch for you guys to go there and make a donation. ojldf.org. Just go to the website, and while you're making a donation, just look around, just scroll through and look around, and you'll see all the documents. There's a section devoted to the minister, and then you can see all the documents there. I have said, and I will continue to say, that the minister is guilty as sin. She's guilty as sin, in my opinion. The judge thinks otherwise, and I respect his opinion. That's fine. I respect his opinion. But she's guilty as sin just based on the documents. Forget about any testimony. She's just guilty based on the documents. So, in that case, I can say, whereas with the other cases, we'll say, yeah, it's alleged, blah, blah, because I haven't seen all the evidence. In this one, I've seen all the evidence that I need to see. And so she's guilty as sin. So what we're hoping for, and we're hoping for when I get a good lawyer, because I'm running around now looking for one. When I get a good lawyer, and hopefully the lawyer will be good enough to have the Court of Appeal reverse the judgment and send it back to the Supreme Court, and then we can have a do-over, and then they'll find the minister guilty, and so the Integrity Commission will step in, and they'll ask the court to impose a penalty of the maximum 2 years in prison, and no home, no prison at home, prison where prisoners go, and then we'll see what happens. And I guarantee if that happens, it will shake up Jamaica. For many reasons, it will shake up Jamaica. For cultural reasons, for racial reasons, for political reasons, for social reasons, for good governance, for transparency, for democracy. I mean, a whole bunch of it will shake up Jamaica. It will be like the proverbial earthquake that's not an earthquake, and so what will happen is that we're hoping that will happen, and then we'll move forward, because she's not the only one. We have more politicians that we're looking at, and they know who they are. They know who they are, because once you've committed a crime, and you haven't paid for that crime, you start thinking, when are they going to come get me? Especially when you have people like Herb on your tail, you should worry. So, and let me just let out a little piece of secret here. Herb is looking at some politicians, and he's getting some reports done. And in due time, we will release those reports. So, if you're a politician and you've done anything wrong in the last 20 years, then look over your shoulder, because Herb is there.
I'm here to especially for two things I'd like to see happen. I'd like for you all to write to King Charles at royal.uk or to his admin people, Jilly, Jilly, .Hurley, HURLEY, at royal.uk. The .uk is supposed to be there. I guess it was cramped for space. But the bottom line is, when you write, you want to say, to the king, you want to tell him what the situation is with crime in Jamaica. You want to tell him that there are outstanding people who serve the community, especially the underserved community. And one of those outstanding people is sitting on our panel tonight, Attorney Isaac Buchanan. And you can say, hey, he's represented people with distinction and honor. He's not a flunky that the Governor General has been signing off on to stay in office and to go beyond her remit. She wants to stay there till she's 100 years old. That will never happen. She needs to go because she is a person, as the saying goes, if you're not a part of the solution, then you're part of the problem. And she is a part of the problem. She has to go. She can no longer be objective, and she has failed to be objective. And now she's talking about she wants to make changes. It's too late. You've got younger, more agile, more capable people that's waiting in the wings, and they deserve to be given the opportunity. My God, she's been there from 1986 till now, right? She needs to go. Absolutely needs to go. And we need a boost in the collection because we don't have enough to get these deep dives completed. So we need to make sure that we get them done and that we get these names out there and get court action started to get these corrupt people moving on. And we work with the system, we'll work with the Integrity Commission to get this done. And we're taking a look at everybody, folks. I can tell you, whether you're jailhouse guard or whether you're the chief of the Supreme Court or Court of Appeals, we're going to take a look at you. But there's a lot of chicanery that goes on in the system, and we want the system to work. If we can get the legal system to function the way it's supposed to, then I believe a lot of these people who do not fear going to jail, who Mr. Buchanan has indicated, will never sit inside of a jail, right? We need to get these people in cuffs and before the courts and going off to jail because there's too much corruption going on. I read that corruption list tonight, and that's not even a half of where we're at. So we need to get this thing moving, and we need your help. We need some millionaires out there who have a conscience to just write a check and say, hey, go for it.
Let me just say just two quick things. One, was it Melania? They said that they gave Isaac the 2 years that they're supposed to give to Apina, and I just found that real funny, So Isaac is doing time for my favorite. He's doing the time that my favorite minister should be doing.
That's why you did when you have to stop the grave because me them throwing it.
Look at it this way, if the government them call general election, it due definitely next 2 years, little less than 2 years, but 2 years, 2025. So they must say, yo, me don't want him in our administration, Make sure, because my come get trouble, make sure it done. So we're gonna put him 2 years because of September, the election Africa September 2025, and November them suspend, right? November.
December.
So they must say, give him 2 years. That means him now in a way administration, not at all for giving a problem. is a political thing, brother. This is a definitely political thing.
Then you see what happened to. What happened to now is that they've effectively removed the lawyer of record for the Apina case. They've moved him, so now I have to go run and find a lawyer. But
you know, you keep saying that, but shout out to Desha why, because they made it clear that the lawyer you had before, well, when you got the new lawyer, you had a good lawyer. Now you have to try to find a balance. So when I read that article, big up Nationwide, and made it very clear that I was a good lawyer and you was gonna have a good appeal, and you lost me. So now you need a good one because you never had a good one before. So
yeah, I know that's what they're. RJR is of the opinion that I didn't have a good one to start with because they read the judges, they quoted from the judges' opinion about the kind of representation. But be that as it may,
before you move though, well, they never charge the judge in a thing that too. But the Bujo song that we talk about, not a line, a letter, 50 cents stamp. When they get charged, come a liar too. When they get charged, and them not call them.
Wait till when I start suspension finished, whether it's 6 months, a year, 2 years, whatever.
Because,
then
or they get nothing. Because I understand how that chippy.
No, you know the mother.
The judge have free speech. Don't do that.
Hey,
you know what expression. This was a beautiful rendition of a song that everybody knows, and it paid homage to the artist Buju Banton because he never ever told you what verse, what style, and everybody knew it. So
and the thing is, he never gave credit to Buju. He never put it in quotation marks. So if you didn't know the song, you think that that's his original line because when you're quoting somebody,
well,
especially a song with copyright and everything.
I thought he was really
thinking novel and genius. No.
So
but
now,
I thought, let me ask.
Forget Buju suing.
But them want to make sure that them want to make sure say I said have nothing to do with me. Them doesn't say no them two there. Them doesn't say no sir. But I said let me ask you something. During COVID, right? I have a friend who actually he's a lawyer in New York. He actually took the 6-month course to be called to the bar, and he finished it and he told me during COVID time because they were saying you don't have to come in person. They were doing it
online,
and I don't know why I just didn't. A friend of mine said because I'm licensed in like 4 places, and so he was saying no, you don't need another license, because I don't know if you have to pay a fee, but I know in America you have to pay a fee.
It's a high fee too.
Well, the places where I am, you have to pay fees, right? And it's just as soon as you finish paying one, then you realize you have to pay another one. So I'm actually thinking about retiring from one of them right now. But so I didn't do it. But people are asking whether or not I mentioned it kind of half jokingly the other day. But people are asking, can you, for the 6 months course, can you do it in a Commonwealth country and then still be allowed to practice in Jamaica? Let's say I don't want to go to Jamaica. Can I go to England, for example, and do it there online or do it in person? And
so you have to finish the program in one of the 3 law schools. That's the Norman Manley, Hugh Wooden, and Jean DePaul Law School. That's Bahamas, Trinidad, or Jamaica.
When you say finish it, you mean you have to do the
6 months program in one of those
3?
Yeah.
Okay.
And provided that you complete it in any one of those 3, because it's the same law school. It's the same program.
But that's only for that program, though. But what if I said I want to practice in England, and I say,
then you have to do the law society. The law society, you have to do the 6 months there with the law.
All right, so I do it in England. Does that qualify me then to come to Jamaica and practice?
No.
Okay.
No.
So I guess I'll have to wait for you then for whenever it is.
You're not gonna run around. Justice delayed is justice denied, and in my situation, justice rushed is justice crushed. So you have to balance the scales of justice.
As we're talking about, as we are rhyme. Somebody, I saw something in a chat today. Them say, we're talking about crime, you know, and them say, no job, just rob. And another one say, no money, make a dopey.
Wow.
Right.
Herb, them want you finish everything, you know, the 2022. The
Yeah,
2022.
Yeah, you have to finish that, you know, because, you know, I'm going to eat some bull here tonight. Ratty, a bull and pay send me for tonight, you know, can't eat heavy again.
All right, so we were in.
Mama, I go for a bull and go and mash it up with piece of pear. Yeah, we can't go heavy, you know.
We were talking about MOWH, cronyism, and we're up to November where there's a transfer of 174 million to MLCD, NSWMA, and an NGO, that's non-governmental organization, but did not implement measures to track utilization of the funds dispersed. Again, they give them money and they don't know where the money went to. November, still 14 of 20 million is received on activities unrelated to COVID-19 emergency. So what I've been through, the grand total is
6 billion.
314 million 200,000 Jamaica. So if you put that in a calculator and see how much.
And then we have other money too where we not talk about it, you know. Because that does some chopping. But you have some money where them spend in front of you. Them say like you have Beryllium Regional Hospital move from couple hundred million to 3 billion to 5 when the health minister came on. Then they move from 5 to 10 to 14.1. I might have got more.
Billion, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Beryllium Regional Hospital. Because I'm chopping hospital, you know, Beryllium, is a thing where as it come out, it gets robbed, you know. So the hospital, no, it often named Beryllium Regional Hospital because I chop them money there, you know. Chop it. And by the way, the health system gone flat. Read that when me just send you. Read a lady, Maria, look at me send you it too.
But there's one last one here.
Yeah, read that, Herb, and then Maria read this. Yes.
December, NCRA boss intervenes and releases detained shipments of substandard rice imported by a company owned by Minister Christopher Tufton. Yeah.
Repeat the name.
Minister, the artist, Little Cottage in the Grill, Tufton.
Yes. Tufton. Yes. Okay, I get it now. Tufton. Yes, man. You get the name, man. Tufton. All right, look on 2023. Go up back, scroll back down. Yes, from up the top, 19 and 23. We forgot something happened at 23 already. No ear, no missing out. None.
Okay, and 23, January, the SSL scandal, 200 accounts hit. Well, it's more than that now.
More than that.
30 million, because now it exceeds 70 million.
Look
right?
on me.
Yeah. May, FCJ, nepotism and cronyism, Minister of State, engage Xavier Main, engaged by FCJ for private legal services in acquisition of 200 acres of land from the UDC at Caymanas Estate. Wow.
Continue.
And November, only statutory declarations to the Integrity Commission not yet certified for years 2021 and 2022, and none was filed this year.
Good. But we have 6 plus the one about hey, we have enough more, you know. But we just are going to stack them. You see that? This bad.
It is bad.
Yeah, man, this trouble. So you can't call a government a good government now. Tell me the truth now. All this, we want to say you're clean, transparent government. Not go so. It's a dictator government. And the worst government is in a history. Human not just Jamaica, not for Jamaica, but over the world, the worst. You understand? We have the lightest prime minister ever. The lightest man who ever walked the face of the earth, Andrew Holness. Simple. Nigel Clark come second way, you know. Very close. Because him have the logarithms. Now you got to forget about logarithms, you know. Ratty. You forget about the logarithms, you know. Nigel, man.
And the capital rhythm. And the
man say him now leave no stone unturned. None. Me don't know how him got Nigel look what stone there Jamaica, man. He not live up one and turn it all now, you know. Yes, still nobody else to get locked up. Nobody else. Gene Panton alone. Poor Gene.
Let me just mention that Joel Voss in the chat. I'm told that she wants to make a donation. Joel, just once we're finished here, you can just go over to Reggae Global Radio and just scroll all the way, go to the homepage and just go all the way down to the bottom, and you'll see the directions are there where you can make the donation. You know, going back to the one that the last thing Herb mentioned, right? Which one was it? It was the Prime Minister, right? Let me pull it up. Well, I don't even need to pull it up. Let me just say this. There is, if you go back and you read the Integrity Commission Act of 2017, it tells you, it says, look, when you submit your statutory declarations, there are certain procedures you follow. There are certain procedures if they cannot verify it. So they'll come back and they'll say, you need to do this, you need to do that. And then also say that if you don't do it by a certain date, then you get fined. And I think it's $5,000 a day, right? I don't see the Integrity Commission doing any of this. Think about it. 2 years and counting, and you can't verify it. And don't tell me that they didn't tell him that, hey, we need this, we need that, we need this. You know, in fact, what they could see, that's why people, please, I'm lobbying for the job for executive director of the Integrity Commission, because if you don't put me there, me now waste no time with them. Because the first thing is that, as far as I'm concerned right now, them two, they're the two outstanding ones, they're false declarations. If you submit them to me and me said, look, you need to explain this, and me can't get an explanation, I'm not waiting 2 years to bring a charge. I'm not waiting 2 years. They're supposed to charge him.
Which means he should be out of office now, Rattigan. He's not qualified to be in office. The man is corrupt. And you wonder why all these ministers have fake rice coming in, have all these gas stations everywhere, business everywhere, buildings going up. The head of the stream is dirty. He sets the tone, and the rest of them they're following. So I don't know what he's doing there. And does he really expect Jamaican people to vote for him? The man has no integrity, and there are 6 people who are under investigation for illicit enrichment. Nobody knows their names, but they're there. So what is he saying? The Jamaican people must vote for 6 people who have illicitly enriched themselves at the expense of the Jamaican people? What are they really doing here? And he has no shame, and he's barefaced, and he needs to demit office.
Hold on. No. This is something like this. No, like this. We have something we want to just share with you before we go. And what makes it worse is that, and I keep saying it, you know, that the Integrity Commission, them really lack courage, because this is the same Prime Minister, you know, who brought Integrity Commission into existence. The same one. And he gave a very fancy speech when he was making the argument in Parliament for them to pass the law, right? And then he went and he asked for corruption training, and they got the training. And then he said, I'm not signing the code of conduct. And then, so he's familiar with this, you know, familiar with this law. This is not something we passed like 20 years ago. And then now him say, well, you know, I mean, I really know. Oh, okay. All right, sir.
People them know me serious, you know.
That's not a real peer. That's not a real peer. No, sir. Jamaica peer no look so.
There's
Not a
a
real
peer
peer.
look so. Well,
No.
I can take it
It's
off.
avocado.
Yeah.
Not a peer. Not a
Good
peer.
thing I joke me.
Yeah, that is avocado. That is
Eh?
avocado.
Now,
That is
we
avocado.
will check the
Yes,
authenticity
avocado, no
of the
peer.
bulla, you know.
Me not, eh?
We will check the authenticity of the bulla. Because you
Because-
might...
Yeah.
Yeah.
After me,
The
me
bulla
not
the
make
problem
it
is
let me go like that go there. Me
Bulla.
have to eat some bulla up here.
No, me
things
can't
I
say
do.
it's probably an Italian bakery or some bakery from Central America make a bulla.
Well,
That's what
Bulla,
bulla.
bulla.
Baklava water, people, no sweetness. Eh?
No, but you know, going back to the point where we said that you know he hasn't submitted, or the Integrity Commission cannot certify his last 2 or 3, and then he hasn't. They haven't gazetted the summary for this for last year yet. They gazetted the summary for the opposition leader, but not for him. And the law says that both of them must be up. And then you say, but what are these people doing to hold him accountable? They're not doing anything. So, you know, that will force me again for file another lawsuit for say that the Integrity Commission is not doing their job. And I forget to ISAT, them ban ISAT, because I was just going to say ISAT, we have to talk about this lawsuit. Yeah. But people, that's another lawsuit we need to do. We need to do one for the speaker for not following protocol in terms of tabling the report. And we need to file another one against the Integrity Commission saying that they're not doing what they're doing, because we're going to put the law and go on the judge make a ruling that they're not fine. They didn't fine him and they didn't charge him. And something is wrong. Something is wrong. But I forgot run and find a lawyer for that, because I'm a big time lawyer. And I don't know, them Muslim, so you know.
So out there, run.
That's what the article there. Yeah, that's what them said. Them said that the case mash up now because ISAT gone, and so me have to run. And I guess what they're saying is that, without saying it, is that I'm going to have a difficult time finding a lawyer who will take on that case. That's and I guess that to some extent that's true, because when you decide to take on the establishment, you know, you better make sure you're back broad, because you're going to have problems. So, but God willing, you know, we'll find somebody and the person will be good, and we'll just do what we need to do. And you know, I have faith. I know what God I serve, so you know things will work out. People, don't worry.
So
you say your bull are not good enough. Hey, hold on there. Your bull and they sue every one of them. Yeah, but we need funding now to sue them. So tell your friends and your family members and your neighbors to make a contribution. Claudia say your bull are not dark enough, so it not come from Jamaica. And I think she's right. Because them use molasses in the bull of Jamaica. Them use molasses, I think. And your bulla look too like a flower bulla, that a pure flower.
Look like no man bulla good man.
No man, me not think so.
You think I'm gonna stay your uncle like a dog and a bite up? Why you talk so ratty? Me not ramping anymore. Me go talk about me mash up my bulla.
Kokichi, you're right. We have well, Kokichi, the one with the DPP, they already have a lawsuit. They have 2 of them pending, but they don't have any against the Integrity Commission, and they don't have any against the Speaker of the House. So those 2, yeah, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation can take on those 2. Megawatt Volt, so I must keep my train for the next Olympics, because I guess him Megawatt feel nobody will take the case. So him say me just keep on go run. No, I'll keep running. So but no, Megawatt, just watch her as my
Will, I recall ISAT saying to me that there's a group of them. So I assume that them meant there were a little bit of ISATs running around out there, thinking alike, acting alike.
Herb, you can't let out the secrets like that.
But suffice it to say that we're not worried.
I guess they must be operating undercover ISAT.
No,
question is who's cover.
Sorry.
But what we're going to do, we're going to have to make a push. Don't forget. I think one of these 2 the one Speaker of the House and the Integrity Committee. I think those two lawsuits are well worth filing. I'd have to talk to some people, but I think those two are well worth filing.
I think the state of emergency lawsuit is now overdue.
Oh, yeah, remember we were talking about that the other day. Remember? Yeah. So that's another one.
Ratty, Catherine Daly asking if you can use a lawyer in the CARICOM region.
Yeah, I believe so. Right?
If they were trained,
as long as they're called to the bar in Jamaica.
Okay, and they will be called if they were trained in the Trinidad.
In any one of those three.
Or any of the Caribbean law schools.
Right. Any one of the Caribbean law schools, you can just pop over and get called.
I hope she heard that. That's good.
All right. So Uber Brown are going to take your advice, give no hints on lawyers except to say we're running around and we're frantically trying to find somebody. So Uber, if you know somebody, give me a link.
Don't worry, Uber, they're in the process of taking nice pictures, so when the media report them, they make their photogenic debut.
I remember a female attorney for your client who is very popular musically.
Mm-hmm.
Skinny, short, feisty. And she would appear on TV, give commentary during the trial. Who was that?
I have no idea who you're making reference to. Unless it's King's Counsel.
Okay. I'm not sure.
Somebody's asking that if you were trained in one of the law schools, let's say the one in Trinidad, and there's a matter in they've been retained by somebody in Jamaica. What's the procedure? They'd have to come and file a document to be able to
file to the general legal counsel to be called to the bar here.
And how long does that take?
Not long. A lawyer in Jamaica has to invite you, like to robe you and all of those things.
And do they assist you in the case?
Who? The lawyer?
The lawyer in Jamaica.
No, as in to be called.
No, let's say you're called in, right?
No, if you're called, then you can do the matter.
Okay, all right. Because what I have here is a little bit different. Like if I wanted to go to California, for example, I have a client in California. I would have to file something called a PROAC vice motion, and what the judge will say, he'll say, okay, you can come and you can argue the case, but you have to have a California lawyer with you.
Yeah, somebody with the experience in terms of the law, the statutes, and
right. So they won't let you come.
We don't have that. We don't have that requirement.
Okay. All right.
Because the law is not that different.
All right. So Corey, you get the answer.
So I said, can you still do, like I know in England, you have the barrister who argues the cases.
And the solicitor?
Solicitor. Can you do solicitation?
No. Not even the car we can wash.
Right. Them not gonna mash you up doing because we're there, We're there.
You said Peter Champagne was on that panel too?
No.
He was?
Oh, that's a good question. Are you allowed to give legal advice?
No. It doesn't stop. I can do legal education, but not legal advice. There is a difference, even though some people don't know. But yeah.
Wait a second now. Didn't I asked about Dalrymple's case, and when she appeared over that property business in Montego Bay?
Mm-hmm.
Wayne, you're familiar with that, right?
Yes, man. I have the whole case. I have the whole thing, man.
Okay. So, how did she get out of that? How did the JLC let her off the hook? ripping off
I think no, them fine her, you know, I think she must appeal it. She appeal it right now.
So she didn't pay?
She appeal something and you know, they must have fine her. Them that go on like them never want, you know, touch it, and then the Prime Minister when he was in the opposition in 2015, the man write to him and then him answer back and say, you know, me showing it because me have it here, you know, me said it to you. You know, so the one of them did know and then crab the talk to him and try to settle up something. So them not want it come out. Because, you know, after them just win in 2016, they never want it bust out because it have turned a scandal. But afterwards, you know, can remember the woman dead and then go sign thing and send the woman thing and them thing there, you know, so.
Nevertheless, there was political interference.
Yes.
Yeah.
Political interference.
My question, I said, in addition to Dalrymple, how many other attorneys out there do we know of that have had political interference in their cases?
I mean, I don't know. I really can't answer that. I know that there are. When if you go to the GLC's website, you'll see how many. Like my complaint was complaint number 154 of 2023. So they would have had they do a lot of them get disbarred for stealing clients' money, negligence, stuff like things actually related to the practice of law. You know, and so it's just the media houses don't pick it up as much. Recently the former president of the bar, I think he was either disbarred or so I suspended one of them.
Yeah, he was suspended, I believe. But my thing is, this is something that's key to the public because these are people who are representing the public in some fashion. If not the public, then the businesses. And businesses need to know if their lawyers are going down the wrong road, pretty much, or if they're about to be railroaded or something like that. But like you say, you have the elites up here and the regular folks down here.
No, well, the GLC's mandate is to protect the public from lawyers, so they would be in the best position to decide if they're protecting the public.
So how do they protect the public from the DPP?
Oh, unfortunately, I can't answer those questions. I don't know.
See, that's the key. What you say, Will? How does the GLC protect the public from the DPP? Knowing that she has not ruled in any case pertaining to this government. She has not borne fruit.
The first question that would come to mind is, well, what's the violation? What would be the allegation? That she's incompetent?
Well, is that what it would be? Because she never filed charges on the Prime Minister, even though the other prosecutor was talking nonsense that, there was too long of a timeline and there's no such thing in law. Why didn't she take action and correct her then? Would that be a clear case of incompetency?
I don't think, politics is so intertwined with a lot of things in Jamaica that I don't know who would bring that action. I don't know if they would take that action upon themselves to do it. And I don't know if anybody would even file. If we file a complaint, I don't know if they would even accept it. Because you'd have to come up with a tremendous amount of evidence to move them to bring an action against her. But I said, well, they wouldn't do it. I was going to ask, if whether or not they could, whether or not based on the extension they could look into that matter. But it's before the court, so they wouldn't do anything with it.
You mean it's before the court and not improper? Is that what you're saying?
No, once it's before the court, then they would yield to the court and say, "Look, let the court make its decision. Um, it's not for us to make that decision."
But isn't there a different standard that they're dealing with?
Well, the issues would be different, but the issues would be different, but they would be somewhat related, because then you're talking about removal of this person, and they would say that you would have to. Here's the thing: in order to remove, I remember, in order to remove the DPP, the only person who can remove the DPP is the Governor General through a tribunal, right? And it would have to be constitutionally. It would have to be that the Prime Minister would then, and this case is a little bit different, but the Prime Minister, if he's dissatisfied with the DPP, he would have to inform the Governor General, who would then cause a tribunal to be created, and then the tribunal would listen to the matter and then report to the Governor General, and then at that point, then he could remove her. This one is different, though. This one is different because this case is saying that she's not entitled to an extension. They could actually bring, now that I think about it, they could actually bring this case to the Governor General.
Yeah.
Because it also said, you know what the Constitution says? And let me see if I can find it. It says you can remove her for cause, for just about anything. But you just don't remove her like that. You'd have to go to the Governor General. Let me see if I find it.
What about public dissatisfaction? If we do a survey and the public, 65% of the public say they're dissatisfied.
But on a serious note though, with she does love power because she's supposed to go home already, you know. So them change up something to keep her there.
Yeah.
Them get this and then them change up something and then pass it in the house. And then, sounding like them want to move her. She do something for them to keep them there, to keep them, keep them happy. With all these corruption where she's supposed to come out, where you just read out.
Yeah.
What we just talk about now. And you see she now act on them. Then, we have to deal with she.
What I'm trying to do is give ammunition to the people who going to write to King Charles or his
but she corrupted.
secretary.
She corrupted, brother. So,
Well, when you write to King Charles, you bring these points up. There's a list of charges. You should put it up there in the amongst our panel, our members here.
But you want to deal with that now because remember this time short you must have election. And it can't not that too far. 1 year not that far. She have to go on. Yeah, the extension of her, she have to go on. And then you can draw her back. With all this corruption where she turn her back, she hidden and betting criminality.
Yeah.
So she not the clique.
Yeah.
You understand? She's part of the clique. So you have to deal with her. You have to deal with she.
The public will have to document all of this though.
No, but it's there. The one of them corruption where we are talking about look a while and them money and everything, she now make the move. We noticed the one of them was sit down now make the move. We noticed them at the head of police where stop police from do them job. Even at SSL. So we not chatting with them. We just mark down the thing and let them dead it. So you use it against them. Yeah? Right. You know, so Maria want to sleep too, so.
No, I'm not trying to find the thing for you before we go.
Yes.
All right, here's it. It's section 96.
Wait, and I was here thinking, so Herb needs to rest his back.
Yeah. Y'all got me fired up.
All right, here it is.
Yes,
all right, I'll find it. Here it is, section. Anybody who interested, they can just look at section 96 of the Constitution, 96 subsection 4 and 5. It says the Director of Public Prosecutions may be removed from office only for inability to discharge the functions of his office. And it says whether arising from infirmity of body or mind or any other cause or from misbehavior, and shall not be so removed except in accordance with the provisions of this section. Subsection 5 says the DPP shall be removed from office by the Governor General if the question of his removal from office has been referred to a tribunal appointed under subsection 6 of this section, and the tribunal has recommended to the Governor General that he ought to be removed from office for inability, as aforesaid, or for misbehavior. So
we are the tribunal, so we are trying now. Yeah, so we now wait.
If the government, yeah. So and apparently it's not just the prime minister can do it. Because if the prime minister represents the GG that the question of removing the DPP from office ought to be investigated, then the GG, acting in accordance with the advice of the PM, shall appoint a tribunal, no less than 2 other members from persons who have been a judge. And it doesn't have to be from Jamaica. It could be from some part of the Commonwealth. It could be outsiders. Yeah. And that they decide. So
look,
so you're right. You know what? They didn't have to go to court.
Right.
They didn't have to go to court. No, they could have gone to the GG.
So the prime minister move her, keep her.
We want that.
But you know what I would have done? Here's what I would have done, though. I don't have something called exhausting your administrative remedies. What I would have done based on section 96, I would have gone to the GG, make him say no, and then we'll go court. That's what I would have done. Maybe they did, and I don't think they did, though. I think they went straight to court.
No, but Ratty, as I said before, you know, remember said him go all the way and them go change up something to give more time and all kind of things. It's bad. If you just go home, Christmas now, man. Soon Christmas. Santa need to look out.
All right.
Yeah, man. But we're gonna make him go rest him back now, you know. We say what time and knock up. So Herb, me know say boy, Ratty, when I lie, Ratty, Herb. Me there, man. Me say Herb.
Yeah.
I run right now, you know, people, but me I
give us the left-handed.
I said it's KFC.
Herb, get the left hand, you know.
You don't make it close on me.
But Herb, you couldn't wake up.
Night.
Yeah, last night, all today.
Herb Concord, man. Herb Concord.
When you take this thing out first, it lick you, you know. And what's strange is I'm talking normally, you know. And I'm looking at the clock and I see it's about 8:15. And the next time I open my mouth to speak, I'm hearing the talking on the program. I'm opening my mouth to speak. And it's like 9:50 something. I'm saying, what? What the hell happened?
God, I'm making us sleep.
Hey, where you go? You know, so the other night we have with them on our program, you know. And when we look on Herb, you know, Herb just comfortably. We don't know if he must sleep or what, but we have to say Herb, and then we call him.
Yeah, and then that's the way I raised my left hand, you know, and then I reach for the thing. I turn my mic back on. Maria, you'd have been proud. A brilliant move.
Maria just said, you know what Maria just said? Let me just make Maria repeat. Wait just say, forgot to Maria.
He needs to rest his back.
Yeah.
We got to rest him back, Ratty. Yeah.
Ice pack.
I thought we talk here, sir.
Blessings, Isaac. The word is love. God bless Ratty. Herb. Win.
Later next week. Yeah, man.
To the audience, thank you, guys.
Yeah, man.
All the love you're showing.
All right, brother.